Good evening, Milpitas. It is now 7 o'clock with a little bit of change. We'll go ahead and get this meeting started tonight. Welcome again to our first regular meeting here in the month of September, month 2 of our fiscal year. With that being said, we just came from closed session and we have our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Council, no announcements out of closed session this evening. No reportable action. Thank you.
And we'll get the audio going here. Okay, let's try it again here. Chris,
can you hear me now, Mayor?
We're doing a hybrid meeting tonight, folks, meaning we got folks here in the chamber and we got folks in the cloud virtually. And so there may be some unexpected technical difficulties, but like always, we'll work through it. Okay. And we got our IT folks. I know they're back there. Let's give them our love and support while they resolve the technical challenge. We are here, folks, in the city of Milpitas, and while we're getting the audio corrected, just a fantastic time here in town. Labor Day weekend did occur. It was a long weekend, and it was great to see folks throughout Milpitas enjoying themselves outdoors and safely. Our Milpitas High School Trojans had the game last Friday night to kick off the weekend. And although the outcome wasn't what we'd hoped for, I think all our families had a tremendous time. And it was very heartening to see the kids running around and competing. And let's see, last Saturday, we did have quite a number of events. We celebrated the life of Eddie Ayo. Rest in peace to our Milpitas family. I know that our community came together to celebrate his life over at Redemption Church, and it was almost like a high school reunion, all the folks that came into town. And we praying for Eddie's family, his wife, his kids, and just the whole community for losing such an amazing person at such a young age. And on Sunday, we did have some folks attend church. And I know the churches were pretty busy this past Sunday in Milpitas. I was over at the Christian Worship Center, and I can tell you, I seen the Holy Spirit in church on Sunday. And then yesterday was, as you know, Labor Day. We had a lot of folks out at our local parks here in the city of Milpitas. I was over at Peter Gill Memorial Park with some folks from church and my mother. It was a great time. And so just a really memorable Labor Day weekend here in Milpitas amongst our community. So folks, thanks for tuning in. We are Facebook Live and YouTube.com. We have a hybrid meeting tonight, and the reason why I am on the microphone now is just to provide some time for our IT folks to connect those virtually that are participating in this hybrid meeting. Sort of a new thing this year with our hybrid meetings. We want to ensure that folks are comfortable here in City Hall or at home. We like to have options sort of similarly to the Milpitas Unified School District. Thanks to technology, we can provide for all. And while we wait here for the audio to pick up for those that are virtually, what else happened this weekend? I was over at the Alviso Car Show. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up back here. Okay, great. All right. Hey, being the mayor in 2021 is a little different than being the mayor in 2016. I'll tell you that. All right, let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just making sure you guys can hear me.
Yes, welcome.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public and the council that there was no reportable action at a closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we're moving on with tonight's agenda. Thanks for tuning in, folks, on youtube.com and Facebook Live. If you've been with us, you know the drill. Go ahead and check out the Milpitas City Council meeting agenda online, or you can watch along. Next up on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Next up is the invocation. Tonight's invocation is presented by Councilmember Anthony Fan.
I will defer to any of my colleagues who would like to speak up, or I'll just I'll kindly pass.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I'll go ahead and pick it up from here. So tonight I'll do a prayer for our city, and please pray as you may wish. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight to bless our city council meeting in our city of Milpitas. In recent times, we've gone through a lot of ups and downs. We've lost members of our community, and many families have been affected. As we continue to persevere and do our best with resilience through the pandemic and some of the variants that have been discovered, we ask that you look over our city employees. You look after our residents, our relatives, friends, and visitors that come in Milpitas. And please continue to bless us with health and ensure that we're able to come to work, take care of our families, and support our community throughout all the risks that are out with the pandemic. And we know that you've been looking after us and will continue to look after us with the best health and medical care. Father, Lord, we come to you and thank you once again for blessing the city of Milpitas since 1954. Amen. Moving on to presentations, I will come down here to the front. We don't have any guests in person, but I believe we do have some virtually. So I'll ask the council, come join me. Okay, great. Blessed to be here. How you doing, Uncle? You doing great? Fantastic. All right, I see you. All right, we have a few presentations tonight, ladies, and I want to ask if you can help me. We got about 5 of them. I'll do one. Vice Mayor, if you could do 2, we have it all scripted, and then you could do 2. Councilmember Chua, how's that, huh? Okay, I love the positivity. All right. First up here is a proclamation for Pain Awareness Month. Hey, we're here in the month of September, and for one reason or another, it's a pretty busy month. We got a lot of different community happenings. I think next, was it Friday? We have the Hispanic Heritage Month. Is this Friday, right? The first time ever, so that's gonna be pretty cool. We'll be out there, and then we're doing the flag raising. It'll be fantastic. Yeah, so check that out. We'll be out there right outside of City Hall in Cesar Chavez Plaza. All right, okay. All right, so that's National Hispanic Heritage Month. And so we're gonna go next here to the Pain Awareness Month. September is Pain Awareness Month. Approximately 50 million adult Americans are affected by chronic pain, which is more Americans than diabetes, heart disease, and cancer combined. Pain negatively impacts almost every aspect of a person's life, including the ability to work, sleep, and engage in social activities. The Institute of Medicine has found that pain costs our United States economy. You ready for this? $560 to $630 billion per year in medical expenses, lost wages, lost productivity, and other associated indirect costs. In order to generate the research, treatment, and care needed to best serve the millions of pain sufferers, a social movement is needed to take place to help increase awareness about the effects of chronic pain. And before I present this or proclaim this month as Pain Awareness Month, I do want to give a shout out to my chiropractor, Dr. Kaufman and Dr. Saber over on Jacqueline over at Thrive Milpitas. Some voted Milpitas best chiropractor of 2021. I actually had a 3:00 appointment there today, so I'm feeling a lot better. And that's a shout out for Pain Awareness Month. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, proclaim this month of September as Pain Awareness Month in the city of Milpitas. And what a better place than here in Milpitas with our sort of medical treatment facilities to relieve your pain. So I'll invite the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano up next to help me with some of the proclamations.
Good evening, everyone. I will be reading the National Suicide Prevention Week, September 5th through 11th, 2021. The week of September 5th through 11th, 2021 is National Suicide Prevention Week, a time in which individuals, organizations, and communities around the country join their voices to amplify the message that suicide can be prevented. The past year has presented our communities with challenges, and the pandemic has changed our fabric of life. And major life changes are environmental risk factors for suicide. Everyone in the community is urged to play a role in suicide prevention and promote mental health and wellness. Knowing the signs of suicide and communicating with anyone they are concerned about will help our community strive towards zero suicides. Therefore, Mayor Rich Tran, I, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, and on behalf of the City Council, proclaim the week of September 5th, 5 through 11th as Suicide Prevention Week in the city of Milpitas. And I just wanted to make a short note. My brother lost his son through suicide, and he was only 21. So it's a tragedy. And whenever you see, folks, if you see someone that is hurting, depressed, please reach out and try to intervene, because it leaves it's an ongoing scar for the families. So thank you. Oh, one more? Okay. This is National Preparedness Month, September 2021. September is National Preparedness Month. This is a nationwide coordinated effort sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security each September to encourage Americans to prepare for emergencies in their homes, businesses, and schools. During the month of September, the Milpitas Office of Emergency Management will encourage and empower residents to take measures to make themselves and their families better prepared for emergencies. Throughout the year, the Milpitas Office of Emergency Services promotes emergency preparedness by Community Emergency Response Training, that's CERT, Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Services, it's called RACES, Community Emergency Preparedness Education Services, providing emergency operations, center training, and updating the city's emergency management plans. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to officially recognize the Milpitas Office of Emergency Services and its community partners, including the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission, the Community Emergency Response Training, Amateur Radio Team, the neighborhoods who have become a part of the MAP, Your Neighborhood Network, and the many other volunteer and civic organizations that routinely offer their invaluable services to our community. By proclaiming the month of September as National Preparedness Month in the city of Milpitas. Thank you. And Chief Gerard. Oh, Bertha, can you see us, Chief?
I can see you, yes.
You want to say a few words?
Well, thank you very much, Vice Mayor, Mayor, and council members. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of video difficulties right now. But on behalf of the Milpitas Fire Department, the men and women that serve the city, it's my honor to accept this proclamation. And I would like to, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'd like to bring attention to the fact that, you know, people normally associate the fire department with putting out fires and running medical calls, but prevention, preparedness, and education are three key components of the fire department. And all the different divisions within the department, from operations to prevention to Office of Emergency Management, all work hard to help educate and prepare not only the citizens of Milpitas, but the staff, and help make our community a safer place. And I know that our emergency services coordinator, Tony Charlotte, is on, and I'd like to recognize her as well for her contributions to all the programs that were mentioned in the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Want to say a couple of words, Tony?
Just want to reach out and say thank you to all the members of our community who actively participate in our programs that promote emergency preparedness, educating themselves and others in the community. It's really about preparing everybody as a community. The fire department's only so many staff, the police department's only so many staff. So it's really important to recognize the amount of work that the community residents put into their preparedness and how important that is. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the great work you did.
I just want to say that I'm a graduate of SAFE, Strategic Action for Emergency, and I learned a lot. So once we go back to normal, I think Tony and Chief will open up those classes again. Anyway, I'm here to proclaim National Cleanup Day, September 18, 2021. National Cleanup Day recognizes the need to protect the health and beauty of our city as well as our nation. Our city takes great pride in its health and beauty and supports a clean, safe environment now and in the future. A cleaner environment promotes positive community values, property values, economic vitality, and encourages the pride in our community. Therefore, on behalf of Mayor Rich Chan and the City Council, we proclaim September 18 as National Cleanup Day in the city of Milpitas. Please come and join us that day. And the next one, this is like the first proclamation in our city. It's the National Gymnastics Day, September 18, 2021. National Gymnastics Day is held annually on the third Saturday of September. The first National Gymnastics Day was held in the late 1990s as a way of getting young people more involved in the importance of exercise. USA Gymnastics and its member clubs across the nation annually celebrates National Gymnastics Day to showcase the sport of gymnastics, to encourage and promote physical fitness among our nation's youth. On National Gymnastics Day, gymnastics clubs across the United States partner with USA Gymnastics to heighten visibility of the sport and encourage participation at the grassroots level. Collectively, our nation, our city, and USA Gymnastics strive to encourage greatness and achievements in our youth. We are so fortunate that we have a business now here in Milpitas, the first gymnastics club or sports or business in Milpitas on Main Street, 616 Main Street. And the owner is here tonight. And also on behalf of Mayor Tran and the rest of the City Council, we declare National Gymnastics Day, September 18, for the city of Milpitas. Yes, it's called Game Time Elite Gymnastics on Main Street. So do we have one of the owners? Daniel.
Hey, everybody.
Yay.
Thank you, council member. Thank you, vice mayor. Thank you, mayor. We're so happy that we're able to share the sport of gymnastics with the city of Milpitas. Thank you for the proclamation. We really appreciate it. So we hope to see everybody out here at Game Time Elite Gymnastics next Saturday from 1 to 3. Come in, show us your cartwheel, try a handstand, learn a forward roll. And even if you can't make it, try a handstand at home and post it to our Instagram. We'd love to see it. But more importantly, just have fun. Just, trying gymnastics and bringing it to Milpitas. So we really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to Milpitas.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, fantastic. That was so much fun. And once again, if I need to state it, for the National Hispanic Heritage Month, we're doing it big with a flag raising ceremony. It's actually September 17th at 5 p.m. I want to thank the city staff for their tremendous work on really everything with the event. September 17th, 5 p.m. at Cesar Chavez Plaza. And come hang out with myself, the city council, and our city staff. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. All right, moving on to public forum. Tonight's public forum, 1 minute per person, 1 minute per person with a public forum. And we'll start here in the chamber. If you're here in the chamber and you'd like to come up for the public forum, please come on up now. I knew it. Our great commissioner, Montemayor, Commissioner Montemayor, welcome. That one, I know that works too. Yeah.
Testing. Yeah, Walter Montemayor of Milpitas, the council members, mayor and members, the manager and staff. Yeah, just listening and watching everything on the presentations or the proclamations. It touched me. I believe it touches everybody. In other words, there's no chronological order. They're really being aware of those top two, and then the middle 3 and 4, and then at least we're healthy having the gymnastics day. I am a sportsman myself, so I play all those, the mental like chess and physical bowling. So I'll speak more as we go along. And thank you. Good job, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. We're here at the public forum here in Milpitas City Hall, council chambers. If you are here and you'd like to speak, now would be the time. Going once, going twice. I don't see any further speakers in the chamber. We'll go to the virtual cloud in Milpitas, and we're looking for any attendees tonight. We got 8 attendees tonight on the Zoom platform. If you'd like to speak during this public forum, please raise your virtual hand. If you're here for a certain agenda item, I would encourage you to raise your virtual hand once we get to that particular item. Okay, great. I see no virtual raised hands. That's it with the public forum. Moving on here, the announcements and future agenda items. All right, folks, you know the drill. I'm going to our city manager, Steve McCarris.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the City Council. A couple of things. One, I just want to remind you, since we're on Zoom tonight and we have some council members participating through Zoom, be sure you turn your video on if you want to be seen. If your video camera is off, you will not be seen by the public on the Zoom side, okay? The other announcement I have, and this is going to be a familiar theme, is once again, I'm pleased to announce we continue to partner with the County of Santa Clara for more testing in Milpitas. we will be hosting another walk-up COVID-19 pop-up clinic on Wednesday, September 15th from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Milpitas Community Center. This pop-up will have both Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson vaccinations for the public, 12 years or older. We will continue our work with the county on future clinics, including booster shots and additional vaccinations for immune compromised. And you can expect more clinic announcements in the future. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you very much, Steve. Okay, we're moving good tonight. I'll go to my colleagues if there's any announcements. And next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So Steve, clarification, did you say it's a testing or a vaccination?
I was referring to testing in the beginning and then vaccinations.
Both, okay.
Coming, yes.
Just to clarify, thank you. I have a couple of recommendations. So concerning the revitalization subcommittee, I would like to nominate or appoint Evelyn Chua to serve on that subcommittee. And then two, concerning murals on Main Street, there are pillars that I think would be a really good site in that courtyard to put murals on there. And I'd like to also include the school district to have a contest with some of the students. There's a lot of them especially from Milpitas High School and Calaveras Hills. They're very, very artistic. There's a lot of talent there. So I think that would be, I would like to have an art contest to decide what kind of art we can put on those pillars and in that area. Also, I would like to request to designate more street sweeping signage at different areas. One specific is the entrance to Capitol Avenue and Able. There's always an accumulation of a debris and it's clogging up the sewer, the storm drain in that sewer. So those are my suggestions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Number one that you had, it's agendized as item number 17. That's great to go. Number two, we could send that request with the murals over to the Arts Commission. I'm there. Fantastic. And the third one, absolutely, we got to keep our streets swept. And we'll move forward with that. Okay, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. All right, we're here at Milpitas City Hall for our first regular meeting of the month of September 2021. Boy, did the years go by fast. Okay, I'll look across the dais if there's any further requests for announcements or future agenda items. I'll look across the dais. Looking across the actual dais. Okay, I'll go to the virtual dais here. I do see a virtual raised hand in the cloud. We have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. At this time, I would like to kindly ask the council to please consider putting a future agenda item in regards to adding some language and a partnership with either third party or those who own electric boxes or different abatements, that if there is any type of graffiti, that if it's gang related, that we have an agreement with them where they agree to take down the graffiti within 24 hours. As many of you know, tagging of graffiti, especially gang related, does unfortunately happen in the city of Milpitas, just like in any other city. And I do want to give a shout out to our Milpitas Police Department, who are actively ahead and have been working extra hard. But this is something that currently the city of Milpitas does not have, which is an active MOU with partners like AT&T, who own the electrical boxes, where the city of Milpitas currently asks for support to go in because we have to ask for permission. I would like to have something in policy that states an agreement for us to have access within 24 hours and get that tagging off in order to prevent the violence that does happen after gang graffiti is sometimes seen at cities. So I hope that I could gain your support in order to put this as a future agenda item.
I think that's a great idea. I think the power sort of utilities, this might be, not sure what the property owner is. Let's expand it to PG&E as well. And Any other property owner? And so great, yeah, I'll do a friendly amendment to that. And we'll expand it to all the power utilities and such.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That's exactly what I said. So it's any third party. So I would like the city to go back and look at the list of third parties, which include the Water District, PG&E, AT&T. It's these folks that we still have to ask for permission. So it'd be great if we had an MOU that allows us to get permission to paint over this graffiti within 24 hours.
Oh, fantastic. Great idea. Yeah, we're a step ahead here. I know the city manager has been working with Valley Water, and we've made some tremendous progress with all the property owners, Caltrans, and other areas. So, yeah, let's go ahead and round it out. Fantastic. Any further announcements, council member?
Oh, yes, I have one more question in regards to staff. I know that there has been some questions in regards, I've been getting some emails of the skate park. It sounds like it's a little dark over there and there's a ramp. I have been over there and the kids are concerned that they have to get out and walk towards the bathrooms, and they've told me that they're falling because there's no cement that connects the bathrooms to the skate park. So I was just wondering if you could maybe bring back a report or let me know if that's in the plan. I know there's some construction happening, but I just want to make sure that that's part of the construction, and if not, definitely ask the council to support figuring out if we could bring a cement pathway to the skate park in order for our kids not to be falling as they move out of the skate park and into the bathrooms, it sounds like.
Okay, fantastic. I know the city manager has been working on some signage out there to direct the young people to our brand new restrooms. And so any further requests, council member?
Not at this time. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, next up we have council member Chua.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not sure microphone. Okay.
Oh, there you go. I have at least two. The monthly neighborhood cleanup day that you initiated and led, the dumpster day, it's so popular. And it's only intended from May, June, July, and August. So I would like to ask staff to give a report and ask for direction from the council on what to do next. Because it's really I've been there most of the time, and the residents are just so happy and so appreciative. It's a very popular program. Also, we have a voucher program too for trash, and they can ask a voucher from either by calling 586-2600 or emailing Milpitas Recycles. It's been brought to my attention that out of the 130 trash vouchers that we issued, that Milpitas Sanitation issued, only 11 actually went to the dump site in Santa Clara. So I'm asking the CIO to do a massive outreach to make sure that we use those vouchers. Find out what's going on, and they need to use it by December 31st. So we need to watch out for that one. The last one, the Office of Assembly Member Alex Lee is asking for a partnership with our city to promote Halloween Safety Resources event at the Farmers Market on October 24th. They're asking for Milpitas PD, department personnel and trucks, and also Milpitas firefighters. So I would like to ask the city manager and the executive team to look into this, because this is another way to do a community outreach on a bigger audience. I think that would help. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Absolutely, Councilmember Chua, all the best ideas. I think the first one, let's take a look. Let's get a report of the dumpster days or the neighborhood cleanup days. Let's see how impactful those metrics are with residents here in town utilizing the industrial sized dumpsters. And I would like to see that continued. if not on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. I think if the numbers are there, the needs there, we got to beautify Milpitas. And the second one you mentioned was Milpitas sanitation, the vouchers. Yeah, all requests go through the city manager. I hate to say it, but yeah, we go through the city manager. That's the gate. That's the gate. That's the gate. I know you want the PIO to work on it, and I'm sure they could. But please, for consistency, let's make sure everything goes to the city manager. That's what we do. And then your third request, absolutely. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. I appreciate you. I really do. Okay, great. All right, that's the announcements and future agenda items. We got to keep a sharp, sort of a ship here in City Hall. I'm a stickler when it comes to sort of the structure of how we do business. Okay, moving on here, the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, please.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any party entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. And Mayor, if you'd like, I could proceed with the council code of conduct.
Yes, please.
So be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And Vice Mayor, did you have a request?
Yeah, I do have a question. Chris, on our Milpitas Code of Conduct, some of these codes have been violated. So on the last bullet, it says council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. So I'm wondering, how are we going to hold some of these members that continue to be disrespectful? So if you can come back next week, then in a couple of weeks, and come back with some type of recourse that we have. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just share now that the mechanism to basically enforce the council code of conduct is your censure policy. And so I'm happy to provide a copy of that censure policy to any council member who would like it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we're moving on here to the approval of agenda. Let's see here. What a great agenda tonight. I want to thank our city staff for setting us up for success. And I would love nothing more than to be the best city we can ever be. And, I'm really committed to the next few decades doing that. And I love when people are dedicated, city staff are dedicated as well. So I want to take, for the approval of agenda, item number 8 on consent. I actually want to postpone that to a later date at my request. I'm looking to extend the term for the extension, and I'm not happy with the current term on the extension. I want to look to do more. So I appreciate everybody's understanding. That one's on me. Okay, approval of agenda. Postpone item number 8. Hearing no objections. No objections heard. Item number 8 is postponed. That one's on me. I want to do some more good stuff with that. Greater things for our community and our city. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran. I would like to put item 14 on consent.
Okay. Item 14 on consent. Okay. Sounds good to me. Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay. If you're here with us virtually, I want to give you a fair opportunity. If you're opposed or anything, just raise your virtual hand. I know some of our council members are not with us here physically, but that's okay. We totally understand. Other governing bodies are doing the same. All right, I see some virtual raised hands. Councilmember Chua's request for item number 14 to be on consent. Let's go to Councilmember Fan.
Sure. It's not really opposition, but I do have a clarifying question. In regards to that item as part of the way it's agendized, the second part, it says provide direction to staff though. So, I'm not sure what that direction would be if it's on consent.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. So item number 14 does need direction from the council. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, we have one objection, therefore the item stays. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor
Robert's
Tran.
Rules of Order. You're welcome. No problem. I've been there. Robert's Rules of Order. That's how it goes. I don't make up the rules, folks. I just preside over the meeting. Thank you for understanding. We do have a hand up for item number 14. Okay, it's going down. We're going to discuss item 14 for Allison. No worries. We are here and it'll be a tremendous night on schedule. Okay, great. All right, looking for the approval of agenda. Any requests from the dais or the virtual dais? Looking for any requests, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
So I'll second that.
Okay, I'll move to approve the agenda. We have a second from the Vice Mayor, and we will do a virtual roll call here. Council Member Fan. No, let me start over. Hold on. Let me start. Disregard. That's my fault. All right, hold on. A little different tonight. Let me get the proper order. Councilmember Chua. We got an aye from Councilmember Chua. Next up, we'll go to Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The agenda is approved. Kind of easier when folks are virtual, huh? All right, moving on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar, if you're looking to pull any item or move any item, now would be another time for any request. And we'll go to Councilmember Dominguez.
I apologize. I just needed to lower my hand. Thank you, though.
Okay, false alarm, but it's all right. Here we go. Consent calendar, consent calendar. I don't see any further requests in the chamber or virtually. I'll go ahead and move to approve the consent calendar. Need a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua, and we'll go to the roll call. We have Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
We have Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The consent calendar is approved. All right, we're moving along here. Okay, here we go. Community Development, item number 13. Let's receive a report on the proposed rent and mortgage relief program, including the preliminary American Rescue Plan Act investment plan. Okay, I read that right. And provide direction to staff. And here we will welcome our Director of Building, Housing and Safety, along with her team. We have Sharon Goey, and I see Robert Muslim as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I'm Sharon Goey, Director of Building Safety and Housing. Robert Muslim, our Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, is going to start the presentation. Next slide, please.
And good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council member. Just want to start with a quick sound check. Make sure you can hear me okay. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're fine.
Thank you. I'll begin this presentation by walking you through the background for this item. At the June 21 City Council meeting, city staff presented an updated preliminary investment plan, and the council adopted the American Rescue Plan Act investment framework, including fiscal guidelines and investment areas. Those investment areas were community services, economic vitality, infrastructure, public safety, and technology. At the August 9 City Council meeting, council received an update on the American Rescue Plan Act and provided input to staff on the draft investment plan. For rental and mortgage relief to low and moderate income residents, council provided direction to fund this program $1.2 million or $600,000 per year for 2 years. Staff is currently researching and designing a program that will expand eligibility for the Milpitas Rent Relief Program and add a mortgage relief program as well. And as of the preparation of this report, staff is still awaiting Treasury guidance about the selection process for selecting subrecipients to administer the program. And very quickly, I'll provide an overview of our current rent relief program. It was created in October of 2019 to assist low and moderate income residents with emergency housing needs. Those eligible to receive assistance are families with dependent children, seniors, disabled individuals, victims of domestic violence, emancipated foster youth, and any resident occupying a subsidized unit. And it's critical to note that when the COVID-19 pandemic began to impact the community in spring 2020, the city had already created the program and established processes which provided much needed assistance to at-risk residents in Milpitas. Next slide, please. On June 15th, the City Council approved the fiscal year 2021-2022 Community Development Block Grant funding, which allocated a total of $327,696 in rent relief funding to the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. The Living Center has been administering the rent relief program since its inception in October of 2019. Including the most recent CDBG allocation, the city has allocated a total of over $1 million for rent relief since October of 2019 from a variety of sources, namely the Affordable Housing Fund, CDBG funding, and the competitive grant award secured from the Santa Clara County Emergency Food and Shelter Program. And to date, the rent relief program has utilized $566,000 in funding to assist 99 families with 336 Milpitas residents. Next slide, please. Currently, rent relief is being funded by CDBG, provides assistance to households with income up to 80% of the area median income to meet HUD regulations. The proposed ARPA allocation is envisioned to expand rent relief eligibility to moderate income residents based on income limits defined by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. In 2021, for your reference, in Santa Clara County for a family of 4, 80% AMI threshold would be $117,750, and the 120% AMI threshold for a family of 4 would be $181,550. Next slide, please. So these thresholds are notable because on June 28th, 2021, the state of California passed Assembly Bill 832, further extending the statewide moratorium on residential evictions until September 30th, 2021, and to assist residential tenants and property owners suffering from hardship due to the pandemic. AB 832 utilizes $5.2 billion in federal assistance the state received for rental assistance to cover 100% of all accumulated past due rent on or after April 1st, 2020, as well as utility bills for low-income qualified tenants. And low-income residents are defined as earning at or below 80% AMI. In other words, the state funding does not provide rental assistance for households earning more than 80% of the area median income. Next slide, please. So based on this legislation, the council may consider that the ARPA funds be allocated only to households earning above 80% AMI and up to 120% AMI. However, staff would like the council to be aware that non-COVID related requests for rent relief continue to occur. And by allowing the ARPA funding to aid in those cases as well, the council can guarantee the funding would be used to benefit the widest possible tenant audience needing the assistance. Next slide. For mortgage relief, to date, the city has not provided aid to residents experiencing past due balances on their mortgages. Currently, homeowners have a few external options if they are experiencing a hardship, which I'll briefly explain. Forbearance, which is a temporary suspension or reduction in the mortgage payment until the hardship is over. Payment deferral, certain lenders will allow the past due balance to be transferred to the end of the mortgage. Once the homeowner is able to start making payments again, they will resume with an effectively zero balance, and the past due payments will be added to the end of their mortgage note maturity date. Refinance. In limited cases, the homeowner may have the option to refinance their loan to achieve a lower payment. However, if the result of the past due balance was the loss of employment, then qualifying for the refinance could be very challenging. And then, of course, selling. In the event that the homeowner is unable to pay their past due balance prior to the bank initiating foreclosure proceedings, and they are unable to achieve any of the options that I've just described, then the homeowner does have the option to sell. Next slide, please. Based on council direction, the proposed ARPA allocation is also envisioned to include financial assistance for mortgage payments and homeowner association fees, with eligibility to include moderate income residents up to 120% AMI, or area median income. Staff is proposing to use the funds to aid with the following mortgage and household related expenses. Number one, mortgage payment assistance. Number two, financial assistance to allow a homeowner to reinstate a mortgage or to pay other housing related costs related to a period of forbearance, delinquency, or default. And then three, payment assistance for delinquent property taxes to prevent homeowner tax foreclosures. Next slide, please. Should the council agree to use ARPA funding to assist with mortgage default and other housing related hardships, the council would need to consider the different types of eligible recipients. And for this purpose, we've laid out two high level categories here. One is homeowner owner occupied, which refers to an owner who owns a single family home, townhome, or condominium that they currently occupy as their primary residence. Number two, an investor non-owner occupied property, which refers to owners who may own a single family home, a townhome, a condominium, or a duplex, triplex, or fourplex, which they do not currently occupy and instead rent out. So as noted earlier, the state of California will be paying 100% of the past due rent for tenants who earn 80% of the area median income or less. As such, the impact to investor owners may not be as significant if they're able to access the past due rents they have not received during the pandemic. The average homeowner, option number one, does not currently benefit from such protections. The staff recommends that council consider mortgage relief be eligible only to homeowners that occupy their property as their primary residence, based on the greater need associated with this group. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Sharon.
Thank you, Robert.
Yes,
Next slide,
pardon me,
please.
I'm sorry, Sharon. The presentation is still ongoing, but let's go ahead and take questions throughout the presentation. I believe we have a question. Okay, we have the Vice Mayor.
So thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Robert, for your presentation. So I had a question on one of the slides for the mortgage relief. You can put that slide back up. And by direction, yeah, right there. So my question was, if the person needs assistance with their mortgage payment, can you add language in there that it in tandem with assistance to or us or one of the service agencies like Independent Living Center to provide technical assistance? I think they need to have some type of education and that would go hand in hand with the, not just giving them the fund, but also educating them on what they can do. So I'm wondering if we can add that language in there somewhere, or if we already do that, or if that's already something that's going to happen.
That's a great suggestion, Vice Mayor. What I would say is staff would just need to ensure that that specific provision doesn't violate any of the terms of the ARPA funding. Can't say for sure that it does or doesn't, but we just want to ensure that it doesn't.
I think that some of that type of education would really help. And I do agree with staff on the homeowner occupied. That's the one that we should help. And I had another question. What is the area median income? So, for example, you said 80% of the area median income. What would that be? What is that in the county?
For 80% of area median income for a family of 4, it's $117,750. And that number adjusts up and down depending on the household size.
Okay. And I also
So for
noticed that you don't.
one, it would be.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed that you don't have in there a category of displacement. There, some people have been, let's say they get displaced. Do we also cover that? Can we add that in there?
Again, we would just have to research the ARPA language to ensure that that is an eligible category.
Okay. All right, you can do that. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Robert, for your
Thank you very
presentation.
much. Carry on, Robert and Sharon.
And next
Okay,
slide.
thank you. Yes, it's next slide. Okay. So council has provided direction to fund this program at $1.2 million or $600,000 per year for 2 years. This chart shows an estimated breakdown for the allocation. The proposed ARPA allocation is spread across the next 2 fiscal years to allow the city to conduct a yearly assessment and to report to council of the progress and accomplishments and to be able to make modifications as necessary. So as you can see, for rent relief, rental assistance, it's $210,000 and $220,000, and same amount for mortgage relief. And the administration cost for a subrecipient is estimated at 20%. Based on our experience with the rent relief program, administering these types of programs is pretty time intensive, so staffing resources will be needed as well. And staffing resources will be needed to create and implement the program, monitor subrecipient activities, use of the funding, and ongoing program operation for compliance. Reporting is another major component, and also to conduct community outreach in order to promote the program. Next slide, please. Over the past year, while staffing resources were already fully committed to delivering existing services and programs, we do have new programs and initiatives that were added, and part of that was because of additional new funding and also other council-funded priorities. Some examples include managing the $1.28 million of CDBG and coronavirus funding compliance process, contracting, monitoring the activities and reporting, and doing this with 23 contract service providers. And some other examples include implementing homeless outreach and street-based case management and assessment services, implementing mobile shower and laundry services, working with the homelessness task force, and working with the Santa Clara County on homeless resources. Staff has also been working on other major policy initiatives, and some examples include monitoring the regional housing needs allocation process, preparing for the housing element update and assessment of fair housing, tracking housing legislation, preserving housing, affordable housing, and exploring some strategies to increase affordable housing in Milpitas, such as the development and disposition of city-owned properties, evaluating a potential moderate income housing program, and developing a new consolidated plan for CDBG. So therefore, additional staffing resources will be needed to carry out the rent and mortgage relief program and to ensure compliance with all ARPA requirements. And as we saw earlier, we estimated that approximately $100,000 total in staffing resources will be needed. As staff brings forward other programs and initiatives in the near future, staff will bring forward recommendations for staff resources to implement this ARPA-funded program and also to accomplish Council's other housing goals. Next slide, please. So here's some next steps. Since the guidance regarding the process to select a subrecipient is still pending, staff is seeking council feedback on the proposed program parameters and criteria. After staff receives council direction, We'll proceed to prepare for initiation of the program once compliance with ARPA procurement, contracting, and reporting requirements is confirmed. Next slide. On August 9th, City Council delegated authority to the City Manager, including appropriation and contract approval authority, up to the approved amount for each program that was approved by the Council, once compliance with ARPA procurement, contracting, and reporting requirements is confirmed. And for this rent relief and mortgage relief program, Council provided direction to fund it at $1.2 million. Next slide. The staff recommendations for Council to receive report on proposed rent and mortgage relief program included in the preliminary ARPA investment plan and provide direction to staff. So that concludes our presentation. Staff will be happy to answer any questions. We also have the Executive Director with Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, Sherry Burns. She's with us on the Zoom call as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon and Robert, for the presentation. Certainly, the work for our community and those most at need continues even at this juncture of our pandemic that we are really suffering through as a nation and community. I want to ask for our presentation to return on the screen, and if I can go to the slide with, I think there's a table with dollars going to either the mortgage and the rent side. I want to break down the over $1 million. Okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, you know, I think one of the basic needs for every human being, man, woman, child, or person here in Milpitas and our nation, one of the basic needs, and there are three, but one of the basic needs every person needs is housing. And I think with this housing financial assistance, we're doing that. I want to ask or propose if it is really, if it's not prohibited through ARPA, if we can steer more money towards the rent row that's on this table. I'd like to see more money go into rent relief and less money go into mortgage relief, just because I think some indicators tell me that certainly there are a few people that are going through mortgage challenges, but way more indicators tell me that our property taxes have risen, property values like mine have risen, 30-year fixed mortgages and maybe other terms mortgages. Talk about mortgage relief. Well, guess what? I think a lot of folks are refinancing. Get your low rate, folks. And folks are doing cash outs, refis, and I just don't see a tremendous or equal need on the mortgage side when the average home in Milpitas is $1.15 million. So I want to ask the city council if we can steer not 50% towards rent relief, but really 2/3 minimum of the dollars if ARPA allows. I want 2/3 of the money to go towards the renter side, which is ironic because 2/3 of this town is actually homeowners. And so that's my proposal tonight. Let me check in before I proceed with this proposal with our Director of Building Safety and Housing, Sharon or Robert. Is it possible to make that proposal under the ARPA guidelines?
Great question, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor.
Sorry, Sharon, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, no, this is just staff suggestion for the breakdown. So, you know, it's really up to mayor and council to give us staff any proposal for the allocation. Yes.
Yes, that's my proposal tonight. Actually, thank you so much, Sharon. Actually, 75% going towards rent, 25% going towards mortgage relief. Although I do understand folks do have mortgages. And certainly I did see on another slide, relief for investment properties. That's just ridiculous. These people do not need relief for their investment properties. It's ridiculous. Okay, next up we have on the dais, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to go back and can you, Robert or Sharon, can you restate the, because I know there is a state rent relief program as well. How do we overlap with that? Or do we overlap?
It's a great question, council member. Yes, at this time, the CDBG funding and the state's funding satisfy the same tenant criteria. So the state is currently going to pay 100% of the past due balance for folks earning at or below 80% of the area median income. And CDBG funding by HUD regulation requires us to only assist what they define as low and moderate, which is essentially 80% of the area median income or less. So at this time, that is the overlap.
So that means if they qualify under the state guideline, they will also qualify in our city guideline. Is that the bottom line?
That is correct.
I have to think about that. We don't want overlap because the state will already provide them with that. Okay, let me digest on that and I ask you the next question, which is back to Mayor Tran's graph. The one that shows the breakdown of
the table.
The table, yes. Okay, the subrecipient administrative cost is 20%. I know on our grant for small businesses, the admin cost is only 5%. Is there room to reduce this?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Chua. I'm going to answer briefly, and perhaps Sherry can expand on this. And this is based on our experience, with creating and implementing and working together with SVLC on administering the rent relief program. And based on that experience, it is very time intensive because we do a lot of, and I'll say we, meaning their team, and together with our team, there's a lot of communication with the applicants and working on the documentations and providing wraparound services. So I want to see if Sherry or Robert, you want to expand on it.
Thank you, Sharon. This is Sherry Byrne. Thank you, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and members of the City Council and the staff for having me join you tonight, this evening. Can you repeat the specific question again that you would like me to answer?
I'm looking at the admin cost of 20% because on our business grants, we got it for 5%. So I'm looking for, is there room to lower this 20%?
Okay, so thank you for asking the question. The term administrative costs is a little misleading. I know that's the terminology that the staff uses for overseeing the program. This is covering the actual service provision of the program so that we are able to have dedicated staff work with the referees to our organization and help them through this whole process. We have to screen for eligibility. We help them complete all of the application documents, which are quite extensive, making sure that everything is covered according to our contract and according to the federal regulations for use of the funding. And then assisting them with the actual rent relief. So there's a lot of discussions with the owners and negotiations back and forth, and then the checks are then processed, and then given to the directly to the landlord, the owner of the property. So there's about 6 hours on average of time just from service provision standpoint, without additional support services from other staff that go into serving each family through this program. It's very, very time intensive, and a 5 or 10% allocation of funding would not cover the amount of FTE allocation that we need for working with these families to help keep them in their home.
Thank you, Sherry, for your feedback. I have a question,
welcome.
Sharon, then. So if I add the $120,000 as admin costs and add it to your projection of another 60 to 100,000, Sharon, on our staff costs, so that's about like 200,000 of admin costs to administer a 1.2 million grant. Is that correct?
And yes, and that is based on our experience, with creating and implementing the rent relief program. And if I may, Councilmember Chua, if I can go back to your prior question.
Sure.
Just to clarify, staff's recommendation is that council prioritize the ARPA funding for moderate income households. So that will be between 80% and 120% area median income. And then allow households at or below 80% AMI, but with non-COVID related requests to still be eligible. So, with that recommendation, it's not overlapping with what the state is providing. So just want to clarify that.
Including the rent relief, right? Not just looking at the mortgage relief. Is that correct?
This is rent relief, correct?
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
And sorry, I just want to clarify one more thing too. As we mentioned, we're still waiting for guidance from the federal government, but it looks like we're going to have to go through a procurement process and a selection process to, in order to pick a subrecipient. So the reason we have Sherry with us tonight is because she has been working with us on the rent relief program and can share some of her experience administering these types of programs. Yeah, so I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Very good. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor.
Let's carry on. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree, Sherry, that the FEMA, the federal government, they do take a long time. So just like FEMA. So anyhow, going back to the issue at hand, I really do like the mayor's recommendation of moving that to 75% for the rent relief for renters and 25% to the mortgage. I think it makes a lot of sense. And right now, many people are refinancing and taking advantage of the low interest rates. And so they have more expendable income, the homeowners. So I think that's a great idea. I'd like to, so I'm gonna agree with that. And so going back to the recommendations, I do agree. However, I would like to have you look into displaced renters, as I mentioned before, and some providing technical assistance to so to help these folks with resources. And I don't know if Sherry, if you do that, or if you're willing to do that with, but I guess you can talk to staff and you guys can decide that. And then also I did speak to Ashwini about HOA, because some of these HOA fees are pretty exorbitant. I have friends that when they tell me how much they pay in the HOA fees, I go, oh my Lord, it's really. So I was wondering.
Don't remind me.
What became of that? What became of that? Those can that be included as part of the formula that we're doing? So if you can look into that, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
I do agree with the mayor's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Yeah, I was just going to respond quickly to Vice Mayor Montano. yeah, the HOA fees are eligible, and with direction from council, definitely add that to the types of assistance under mortgage relief.
Thank you. That's actually a very detailed and particular a need. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Oh my goodness. The HOA costs are going up. Thank you for bringing that's amazing. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate your leadership there. All right, we're gonna go virtually now to the sky. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just have a quick question. I definitely want to thank SVLC for the technical support and all the support that you provide our constituents. I have been getting some calls in the rent relief programs here, along with our staff. You guys are doing an amazing job. So keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much for the partnership. I have families who are monolingual, and they have expressed that both the city and our partners have gone above and beyond to ensure that there is that technical support. So thank you very much. I appreciate that extra help because I know it's not easy. In terms of the mayor's request, I definitely agree. We are going to start seeing a lot more displacement with renters. I think that homeowners definitely still need some support as well. So I just want to make sure that the HOA fees are part of a mortgage, right? That's a responsibility of a homeowner. So I just want to make sure that we are providing that support as well, especially our elders or those who are losing their jobs, because we know that home ownership is wealth, and that if somebody loses their home, they're also losing their opportunity to build that financial wealth. And so upward mobility is really important for us to keep and sustain. So I really like the idea of ensuring that the entire mortgage, which includes the HOA fees, are included for folks, and the services are not redundant. I think that's really, really important. So thank you, Sharon, for emphasizing that. I do have some questions in terms of the resources that are provided. One of the things that I would like to see as we move through moving through COVID and moving through the resources, right? One thing that I'm learning or I'm listening is once we provide the financial stability for folks to stay in their home, I know we're providing that technical support and the resources to keep someone in their home. I know that there's more financial resources happening to ensure that they continue to stay afloat, right? Because that's the goal, is we want to make sure that they stay in their home and that they're able to look at their finances and move things around. But I also talk about financial freedom. I think it's also important for us to talk about what are some of the opportunities that may be in the horizon to give people hope, right? It's not just taking them out of this time that the pandemic is bringing, but also giving them the hope that, look, if you continue on, building financial wealth, keeping up with your rent payments, we as a city are committed to helping you even buy your own first home, right? So I would like to see some sort of tie-in that happens between those, because I think sometimes we get someone to a point where they're able to keep their home head over their heads. But we tend to, I would like to know a little bit more on numbers after, right? Like what's happening with these individuals after, because I think it's really important for us to continue that momentum past this pandemic as we continue. So definitely the financial upward mobility piece is really important to me. So how, staff, I'll let you figure that out. And it could be simple as providing maybe first-time home buyer opportunities. I know that in many places, rent is just as expensive and people don't buy a home because they just don't know of the programs that are out there, and they don't have access to it. So I would like to build a bridge between those that are getting our resources because we got their attention, and then building that bridge to continue the financial upward mobility into hopefully maybe even becoming first-time home buyers, because I think that's really, really important. And with those that are receiving the mortgage help, it would be great to also continue to give them some sort of resources, which I honestly would not be, I'm not too sure what that would be. But definitely I would like to see some resources tied into that as well to continue to create that upward financial freedom for our community and to ensure that if they are, again, if they've already reached the part where they became homeowners, continue to help them, especially if they're in that 80 to 100% bracket where they need assistance. So those are my only comments, but thank you again. I just wanted to express my gratitude for the work that you guys do. Thank you.
Point of inquiry. We'll go to our Director of Building Safety and Housing. Sharon, is the first-time homeowner assistance down payment within the ARPA guidelines for the mortgage relief program?
I think we'll have to double check. I don't know if Robert has it in front of him because there's a lot to look through on the federal side.
We'll definitely have to do some research on that, Mayor. I can tell you that the County of Santa Clara has expanded their Empower Homebuyers Santa Clara County program. They're looking to take the funding that they allocated for Measure A to now include that was originally allocated for down payment, first-time homebuyer down payment assistance. They're looking for that funding to be used for below market rate down payment, which it wasn't.
Okay, great. Does that relate to the proposed rent and mortgage relief program?
It does not directly, no. It's just another.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, any further requests from the dais? Any further requests? Okay, great. So I think we have consensus here. 75% of the relief towards renters and 25% towards mortgage relief. And I think that's a pretty special thing. And I'm really appreciative of our city council. It's our first agenda item. Let's go to public comment. Public comment for item number 13. If you're in the chamber physically and your name is Voltaire Montemayor, come on up. Let's go 1 minute tonight. Public comment, item number 13. Come on, Uncle. Welcome back.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor. I know it's tough for both sides. If you're in asking for payment, it escalates up to the broker. You have to maintain your units. And now the renters got a problem too. They need the household breadwinners. And then the key is the school, all those. In other words, it complicates both sides and the economy. In other words, we are still with the COVID problems, economy and everything. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. Public comment. If you're in the chamber, you'd like to speak on number 13, this is it. Going once, going twice. I don't see anybody going to the Zoom virtually. Thanks for joining us on Zoom, folks. It's item number 13. We have a virtual raise hand. Allison McDonald. Welcome, Allison. I hope you have your microphone. Yes, welcome.
Hi, yes, I finally was unmuted by the tech.
Yes.
People. I want to thank staff for their presentation tonight and for the awesome program that they're recommending. It's so important that we help people stay in their homes because we don't want to see a cascade of unhoused people. I wanted to point out that what happened in the Great Recession, so many people lost their homes. I want to remind you that homeowners have been some of them have been impacted and lost jobs. Unemployment is running out this month, and I think you're going to be finding more people looking for assistance. So it's really important to keep that aspect of assistance for homeowners in the package. I'm not sure how we measure what the need will be, and I was wondering whether or not it's possible for, if we go with 75-25 the way the mayor proposed, is it possible to come back and make an adjustment at a later date if it looks like we actually do have a lot of people that are at risk of losing their homes due to default on their mortgage? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I remember Great Recession. It was just subprime mortgages, 3-1, 5-1, 7-arm adjustable rate mortgages. They're selling out there like hotcakes, and that was a problem for a lot of underwater mortgages. It was those adjustable rate mortgages, and I I don't think that's a big issue here during this COVID recession, but we will keep an eye out, absolutely. We do know that renters are bearing, it's really sad, I can't even describe it, but I know the renters are struggling, and we hear that. So thank you very much. All right, public comment on the Zoom. I see a few folks on the Zoom, handful of folks, two handfuls of folks. Okay, if there's no one else for public comment on Zoom, thank you very much. That's it for public comment. And so we do have consensus among the council, 75% going to the rent, 25% going to the mortgage. And also for the mortgage relief, we're going to, if we can, if I hear no objections, my proposal is to eliminate the investor relief, investment properties. When these properties in Milpitas are worth north of $1 million, a lot of equity out there. I just don't think I don't think we should be providing relief to people with a ton of equity, six figures with a comma. Maybe it's because I'm learning a lot about real estate, but I think we should eliminate the investor mortgage relief. Let's stick to the homeowner occupied mortgage relief. Hearing no objections. Okay, we'll go to Sharon. Sharon, do you have all the information you need?
Yes, and actually, I wanted to let you know, I pulled it up quickly and in response to your earlier question. And of course, we want to take our time and make sure we do it correctly. But it doesn't appear, as for a home buyer assistance that would be eligible. But of course, we will go back to confirm that. But I just wanted to share with you what I was trying to pull up while public comment was going on. So.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So the home buyer assistance is not eligible under mortgage relief. And if there's any further information, hey, we'll circle back around. All right, there you have it. Hearing no more comment or objections, I think that's the direction for staff. I think that's well and done. Great job, Sharon and Robert. This is certainly a significant amount of money. Sherry, as well. Thanks for being with us. And Milpitas is a proud partner for housing assistance. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, yeah, Vice Mayor, yes.
Clarification, I had a question. So will staff be coming back with some revisions, the revisions you recommended and some of the comments that I made? Well, Sharon, will you be coming back with that final draft to ratify it, or how's that going to work?
I see our assistant city manager came on, so perhaps she was going to take the question.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And we will come back because today we're getting, your input on the program itself. As Sharon mentioned, Vice Mayor, we still have to go through the selection process and some additional information on the staffing resources. So we'll come back with an update, as we will on some other ARPA funded projects as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, Vice Mayor, A-OK? Fantastic. I see a thumbs up from the Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Item number 14. I know folks aren't going to go too far. Receive a report on the pilot mobile shower and laundry program and provide direction to staff. And I want to go back to our Director of Building Safety and Housing, Sharon Goey, once again, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So good evening again. Okay. Tonight, we're providing a comprehensive update on the pilot mobile shower and laundry program, and we'll be seeking council direction regarding the program. Next slide, please. For background, in 2020, in accordance with council direction, staff conducted a lot of research and explored homeless outreach and basic needs services that may improve quality of life for Milpitas unhoused residents. At the council meeting on December 1st, 2020, the City Council directed staff to implement a 6-month pilot program with the nonprofit service provider, We Hope, to provide weekly hot shower and laundry services for unhoused residents in Milpitas. The program cost was $21,372, and this was funded by the California Board of State and Community Corrections grant funding that was from the Milpitas Police Department. Starting March 21st this year, We Hope began providing mobile shower and laundry services from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. every Sunday on the site on Windsor Street, immediately south of the Milpitas Library. Next slide. The last session in the 6-month pilot timeframe is September 19, just a few weeks away. So staff has been providing reports for the pilot shower and laundry program as part of the monthly report. And tonight's report is going to provide a comprehensive update for council review. And staff is seeking council direction on continuance of the program and associated funding. Because several events are planned for the current service location as part of the Main Street revitalization efforts, staff is bringing forward alternate locations for council consideration if council direction is to continue the program. Next slide. The next, we'll look at program operation and usage these past few months. We Hope is a nonprofit agency based in Santa Clara County that offers various services to meet the needs of the unhoused. Dignity on Wheels is a program that's managed by We Hope. The Dignity on Wheels program provides a mobile trailer with shower, laundry, restroom, and on-site case management. It combines all these services in one place. The case manager helps connect clients to resources and services. At each session, We Hope provides supplies that include towels, hair and body wash, laundry pots, and hygiene kits. Often there are clothing donations available as well. City staff also arrange for the county's homeless engagement and access team to be on site concurrently with Dignity on Wheels to conduct assessments and further connect clients with a county-wide network of services. This was done twice a month for the first 2 months, and then it was done once a month. There are many jurisdictions in the Bay Area that maintain contracts with Hope because its services is the most comprehensive option for unhoused residents. Dignity on Wheels has established itself as a program that is efficient to implement and also sets up very quickly, has flexibility with location and utility requirements, and it combines shower, laundry, restroom, and case management services in one place. TJ Clark, who's We Hope's Director of Mobile Homeless Services, he's also here tonight. He has joined us on Zoom, and he will be available to answer any questions. Next slide. The first day of program operation in Milpitas was on March 21st. And at this first session, 12 clients utilized the services, which is much higher than the average 4 to 6 clients at other cities. This observation was made by We Hope, and this reflected the robust outreach that was conducted to the unhoused and at-risk individuals in our community. Staff developed a program flyer and brochure and collaborated with city departments, nonprofit partners, and community members to facilitate widespread outreach. After this great launch in March, this mobile shower and laundry services operated at the Milpitas Library site from 11 to 3 every Sunday and continues seeing high usage by the Milpitas community. Next slide. From March 21st through the end of July, We Hope has provided shower and laundry services in Milpitas to 53 unduplicated clients. We Hope has provided 19 sessions, serving over 290 clients, totaling 272 showers and 144 loads of laundry. In addition to shower and laundry, clients have also benefited from services provided by We Hope, which include dispersing hygiene kits, clothing, snack bags, case management or supportive services, and also assessments with the county's homeless engagement and access team. Overall, the efforts of the program have been very positive. This program has laid the groundwork to assisting unhoused residents to overcome barriers that prevent them from attending their medical, housing, job, or case management appointments. Staff believes that continuing the program will allow We Hope to compound these and other benefits to the community over time. Next slide. Now we'll take a look at service location. To select a site to host a mobile shower and laundry trailer, the infrastructure requirements include a parking lot for a truck and trailer to park, operate, and maneuver, sufficient space for an accessible drop-down ramp, and the location should also be a known public space that is easily accessible. The trailer can be self-sufficient, where We Hope brings 600 gallons of water to the site, stores dirty water, and runs generators for power. However, this increases wear and tear on the truck and equipment that's caused by traveling with the weight of water. So as a self-sufficient unit, the service provider cost per session is $965. When utility hookups for electrical, water, and sanitary proposal are provided, the cost per session is $822. Next slide, please. The current service location, as we mentioned, is at the Milpitas Library on Windsor Street. And this location was selected as it is a public space that is centralized and accessible, convenient for unhoused residents, and meets the infrastructure and utility requirements. And the cost per session is $822. However, because several events are planned for the current location as part of the Main Street revitalization efforts, staff has evaluated some alternate locations for council consideration if council would like to continue the program. From staff's initial assessment in December 2020, staff noted that the best alternate site to the library would be the Milpitas Sports Center. After further analysis this past month, staff will recommend that should council choose to extend the mobile shower and laundry program, the Milpitas Sports Center should be the new location. The Sports Center is a known public space that's accessible, has a large parking lot with adequate space for the truck and trailer to maneuver and set up. It also meets the infrastructure and utility requirements. The Sports Center complex and adjacent fields are programmed 7 days a week, with Sundays being the lightest programming day. Impacts to the site beyond the loss of some parking spaces are not known at this time. And the service provider cost per session for this option will be $822. Next slide, please. Another alternate location for consideration is the Milpitas City Hall parking lot, specifically the parking lane that's close to Milpitas Boulevard. And for this option, staff would assume no utility hookups, and this will allow flexibility for the parking spaces that the trailer could use. And so that makes the cost for this option $965 per session. One final consideration prior to changing locations is the familiarity the community has experienced in finding and accessing the current location for services. By moving locations, there will be an expected drop in the initial service count while the message is being communicated to the unhoused community. As with the Milpitas Library location, usage numbers will be expected to increase over time. Next slide, please. In terms of service hours, staff recommends maintaining the current 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. on Sunday. Sundays were selected as a convenient day for unhoused residents to prepare for the week and to minimize parking impacts to any site. Next slide. Now we'll review potential funding and resources. For each alternate service location, we just described earlier the service provider cost per session. For staffing resources, there was one-time staff cost to initiate and implement the program. Now the program has been ongoing. For ongoing operations, staff cost is approximately $400 per month to monitor the contract, analyzing monthly data, and communicating with the service provider regarding any service improvements. And so this can be absorbed into current staffing. The chart you see on the screen summarizes the cost for extending the mobile shower and laundry program for 12 months for each location. The council decides to continue the program, staff recommends extending the program for an additional 12 months. The reason is that staff believes this is the most efficient way to implement the program, and it's the most comprehensive option for unhoused residents. Weekly services on Sundays will continue from September 26th this year to September 18th next year. Next slide, please. For the current 6-month pilot, the service provider cost, as we mentioned, is $822, and that makes the total program cost $21,372 for 6 months. The California Board of State and Community Corrections Grant, which is has the acronym BFCC. This is a grant funding that the Milpitas Police Department received in 2017, and it was utilized to fund the 6-month pilot. The state legislature awarded the city this grant in an amount that was totaled over $108,000. The BFCC grant specified that these funds must be used to increase positive outcomes between municipal law enforcement and high-risk populations in specified program areas. The specified program areas included homeless outreach. Next slide. So on the screen, this is how City of Milpitas allocated the BFCC grant. It was over 80,000 for homelessness, 20,000 for crisis intervention training, and 8,000 for resources for drug endangered children. As of the end of June, the balance of this grant is just a little over $65,000. In collaborating with the Milpitas Police Department, they indicated that reallocating up to $50,000, which is between the two different the service option and the bracketing the cost. So this will be the maximum amount is $50,180. Police Department indicated that reallocating up to this amount toward mobile shower and laundry will not have any significant impact to the police department's ability to provide equipment and training for the program areas of crisis intervention training and resource for drug endangered children. Therefore, should council choose to extend the mobile shower and laundry program for 12 months, the BFCC grant could be used to continue to fund the program. And there are also funding sources other than the general fund that could be utilized to fund the program as well. Next slide, please. So with the updates in tonight's report, staff is seeking council direction on whether to continue the pilot program and also seeking council direction on the associated funding. And as we mentioned, the BFCC grant could be utilized. And if council direction is to continue the program, staff is seeking council direction on the service location for the mobile shower and laundry services. So on the slide, just a quick summary of the current location and alternate locations along with their service provider costs. And staff's recommended option is the Milpitas Sports Center location. Next slide, please. So the City Council decides to extend the mobile shower and laundry program for 12 months and utilize the BFCC grant. The fiscal impact will be an approximately $42,744 to $50,180 reduction to the grant balance, depending on the service location selected. Next slide, please. The staff recommendation is for council to receive report on the pilot mobile shower and laundry program and provide direction to staff. So this concludes the presentation, and staff will be happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, TJ, who is the Director of Global Homeless Services with BHOPE, he's on the call as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Welcome, TJ. We'll get to you in a second. We're going straight to public comment. If you're here in the chamber of City Hall tonight, City Council chamber, if you'd like to make a comment, item number 14. If you're in the chamber, yes, welcome, welcome. We love our guests. And thank you for being with us here tonight in person safely. Welcome. Please, if you may, please state your name, possible residence, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Lee Jean Tiskin. I've been a homeless resident for over 10 years in this city. I found that the mobile showers have allowed me to keep up my hygiene and make me feel like a better person. Moving it over to the sports center, though, makes it inconvenient for some of my friends who are handicapped. I have a particular friend, his name is Dino Johnson, and he's not really able to walk. So, and we're located over by a Railroad Avenue, so right behind the library. So it's way more convenient for him to get there, than to walk all the way over to the sports center.
Thank you very much. I hear you. Thank you very much. And thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate you. Yes, come on up next.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Tran and City Council members and staff. My name is Loretto Quevedo de Mandal, longtime Milpitas resident and an advocate for the unhoused and underprivileged families. So I agree with Lee, and having talked with a lot of our unhoused neighbors that we've been helping, the best location is still the library. And also the next best location would be City Hall, although it's a little bit more expensive. But we have seen the difference in how our unhoused has been since the mobile showers and laundry. And it's good for their health. It's also good for their spirits. So we thank you all, and especially Milpitas Police Department and Chief Jared Hernandez for allowing the city to use their VSCC grant funds. And we hope that will continue. And we need a lot of help for our in-house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right. Any more public comment? Yes, I do see one more individual here with us tonight. Sir, if you could state your name, city of residence, and you have 1 minute.
Voltaire Montemero of Milpitas. Yes, the donation is that donation, right? Yeah, thank you. From the police department. And the city cares, we care. And the two speakers mentioned important for the health of everybody. And you consider everybody good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, public comment in the chamber. I don't see any further folks here in the chamber tonight. We're going to go to the chamber in the sky. First up with the virtual raised hand, Allison McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank City Council and staff for approving and implementing this program. Being able to get clean helps people feel better and maintain health. It enables them to maintain a job or get a job, which helps them get back on their feet. And I hope you'll extend this program. Please note that the current location works well for Dignity on Wheels and is ideally located for unhoused residents, many who live nearby and have limited transportation options, especially on Sundays. Moving it somewhere else would severely impact the number of folks who can take advantage of it. I do want to make a slight correction to the staff report. It's Hope for the Unhoused, a local nonprofit operated by Milpitas residents that provides the hygiene kits and clothing at the showers, along with snacks, electronic charging station, and other necessities. We also provide meals 2 to 3 times a week and help the unhoused neighbors connect to services and assistance. We're grateful to the county for a grant which helps us with this work. If anyone would like to donate or volunteer, please connect with Hope for the Unhoused through our website or Facebook page. Thank you again to City Council for this wonderful service that you're providing to our unhoused neighbors and friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Yoli Garcia. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Yoli Garcia. I ask that the Sunday showers be extended for 12 months and stay on Windsor Street. To move this service will drastically reduce the number of unhoused coming to take showers and do their laundry. If that happens, more than likely the next time this service comes before City Council, it will be canceled because of low attendance. People coming on Sundays, I know this for a fact because I have been there on Sundays since day one, and I have also been tracking these. My recommendation would be to keep the Sunday showers for the next 12 months at Windsor Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With time to spare, thank you, Yoli. And you're representing one of the great families here in Milpitas. Always great to have you. Thank you so much. Okay, great. That's it with public comment, virtual raised hands on the chamber in the sky, the cloud, the Milpitas cloud. We'll bring the discussion back to the dais. And I guess I'll kick it off here. Item number 14. I initially had a lot of reservations about the cost, and I did at the previous discussion we had this item, I did propose alternatives to saving costs, but fast forward to today, I really, from the feedback I'm getting in the community and from our community members, I'm really liking the mobile showers, and Mr. Clark, who's really managing it, is, I know, a part of a tremendous organization. I'm just really pleased. I do want to say today that the grant is a game changer. The grant really helps this decision, 99% of it. Decision making in my mind, every decision is important. And so definitely looking to support staff's recommendation. I know that the location is critical. I live close to Main Street. I probably live closest to the library relative to my colleagues. So I get the area. Anytime I go to the sports center, I definitely am not walking. You gotta go over the overpass, and I know it's a challenge. And I hear that from, I think, Allison and Yuli. And so I do not recommend. And it's good to have options. I want to thank staff for the options. It's just, the options are great. The staff, our team here in City Hall, are just trying to put forward options. And the more options you have, the more informed your decision is and sorts of things. So I appreciate the sports center being an option. I was just there today, but I like the library location. I do want to throw out a suggestion to consider, which is city property on South Main Street, our auto care sort of complex. I know that we have leases and things there, but maybe those mechanics aren't working on a Sunday morning. And I know that's close enough on Main Street for us to use that space. They might have some water and power that they can hook it up to. I know it's not the library. But we got some big plans over at the library. I know the vice mayor is working on bringing magic to Main Street for the first time in a long time. And so we're going to need to prepare that area. We don't want any disruptions. I think the magic on Main Street will be a pretty long event, actually. Couple weeks, maybe more, maybe a little less, maybe a couple weeks, but we're going to need that area back there. We're going to start hosting events back there. I know the vice mayor is working on magic on Main Street and the Main Street revitalization. And so we're going to need that space back there. So that's where we are tonight, folks, this discussion on item number 14. We have to find alternative. That's why we're looking at alternative sites, because we want to transform that area behind the library into an area where we can bring our community together. And it's a special area for events. You know, we've had festivals there in the past. Can someone say adobo? Adobo. Okay, we have the Adobo Festival back there. If you don't know, Google it. It's a huge event, amazing space. And so it's not a new place we're looking to throw an event. It's actually a place that we are accustomed to spending time. So I do want to suggest maybe working around our event schedule. Maybe a day or two of the showers will be disrupted, and we can maybe use some other space that we own here in town. We got some spaces we can look at. I think the auto care complex on South Main is one to look at. I think that'd be a pretty neat. Don't know too many mechanics that are working Sunday morning or afternoon, but that's something we can look at. So those are my thoughts, and I appreciate you listening to me. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. First of all, I really do want to thank staff. They really did a wonderful job of looking for grants, and also want to thank Chief Gerard for looking into his grant and giving it up for this purpose. I just want to commend Sharon. It's from day one. They did a wonderful outreach and they prepared everything. And I've been there a few times. I know Miss Loretto have been there with me. And it's very successful in terms of servicing our unhoused for shower and laundry. They do really appreciate that, and they're very expressive and thankful for the service. For the location, I would go with several of the options and also the options that Mayor Tran has enumerated this evening. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely do feel that we need to approve this, go with staff's recommendation. This is, it does help a lot of the unhoused people that sleep in their cars, that don't have a place to take a shower. And it, I think it's a big refresher. I mean, when someone that hasn't taken a shower and, you know, like imagine someone that hasn't taken a shower in a week, 2 weeks, and this is it's a lifesaver actually. So yeah, I definitely do want to make sure that we fund this. And I want to thank the Milpitas Police Department for using this grant to fund it. So this is, thank you, Chief Hernandez. This is what we need. And it's all working together as a team to provide, you know, help for those that are unhoused. My only thing is the site. I know there's unhoused people. That's not the only area where there's unhoused. You have some McCarthy Ranch, and right there on Park Victoria, Calaveras, people sleeping in their cars, and these are the working poor. So they're everywhere throughout the whole city. I do like the mayor's idea. We do own some property where the food pantry is, and I had asked staff to look into the food pantry. So I'm not sure if that would be a place, if there's room there, and that's a city property. And the other next one that I do like is the sports center, because I do see a lot of people that do they sleep in their cars at the sports center, so they're there. So those are my two recommendations: the sports center or the South Main Street. But definitely this program is very, very much, I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. We're going to the chamber in the sky with the virtual raised hand. We're going with Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank the member of our community who's here. I just want you to know that your words are heartfelt and that your presence in this chamber definitely exemplifies the work that Hope for the Unhoused has done. And it's thanks to them that this program has been so successful. So please know that on behalf of all of us, we really do thank you for being here. You are part of our community. And so for me, I'm looking at objectives, and it's great that we have been able to show that the objectives when this program got presented, that we have met those objectives and some. And so I would love to continue this program that doesn't only provide showers for our unhoused members, but provides other resources and not that go beyond clothes, which really is exactly what we intended. I believe when the first conversations came to us and we discussed this item, is to ensure that the resources were wraparound services to get our unhoused a roof over their head. But that's the goal, and that continues to be the goal. Personally, one of the things that I have found that our city, and not only our city, but in the region, when we talk about unhoused and those who have different homes in our community, we tend to use the word they. There is no they. It's us. And as much as I want to support the recommendation of staff, because I understand that there's other events going on, I think it's important for us to understand that consistency is really important. And for our unhoused who are facing other challenges, the place to be consistent is important. So my recommendation would be for maybe some of the days that, we're having the ice rink there, maybe looking to see if we could place the ice rink somewhere else. I honestly didn't even know this was the location that got presented when we all talked about the revitalization of Main Street. I honestly thought it was going to be on the other end, which there is land there as well that maybe we could talk to other folks and see if we could borrow that land since it's a short period of time. One of the things that I would not want to do is displace a service that is needed, but most importantly, make people feel that they're not part of Milpitas, because now what's out of a sudden we're using the space and now we're going to move them instead of trying to figure out a plan around it because the service was there first. And so I offer that different perspective to my council colleagues and to the council members that I serve with, that isn't it a little ironic that we're moving them? I don't want to be that council member that moves them. They're part of our community. And this service has now have found a home, a consistent home. And so I offer to staff, let's look at other ways. I love the idea of the mayor on the further end of Main Street. I know that there's buildings happening, but there's a big plot of land at that corner, hasn't been developed. I don't think it's going to be developed in the next 4 weeks. Maybe we could talk to the developer and ask if we could borrow that piece of land for a little bit to put that ice rink and revitalize Main Street. Main Street is a very long street. But I think that it's time for us to prioritize our unhoused members in our community. And I would suggest not to move the shower service. Let's plan around it. That service has found a home. And what kind of message are we doing if we continue to move the home to areas that are not convenient for us? So that's my thought process in a respectful way. It's a different perspective. And it's one that I have learned thanks to volunteering, really getting to know folks. And, thank you, Loretto, for that experience. Yoli and all of you who work day in and day out. Your passion, your energy is something that honestly, I don't know where you guys get it from. But thank you so much. I'm so glad that it's part of Milpitas. And again, I offer that different perspective to the mayor and to our council. Let's stop moving our unhoused members. They're part of our community. So let's plan around it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think when we have our community events over on Main Street, adjacent to the library, we'll move the mobile showers to City Hall. That's not too far. Okay, great. Anybody else with a virtual raised hand? Looking for anybody else? I see another panelist. Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I also have a hard time relocating the services for the purposes of the revitalization. I think we would have to have a very solid plan in place so that services, the quality of services are maintained, that it's not diminished due to these revitalization efforts. That's just not something I can, in good conscience, vote for, especially if we're swapping out these essential services for an ice rink. I just don't think the value propositions quite equate there. So I'll just leave it at that and be brief.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we received public comment. I'm so heartened that we're going to continue this program. I'm so blessed. Thank you, God. Thank you, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, for the grant from the county and the police department. And we're going to keep the showers going every Sunday as scheduled. We'll make a few adjustments and we'll ensure folks have access per usual. And let's take care of the whole community. Really looking forward to what we have planned for our community and our children and for Main Street, and also serving our unhoused. I know that we have a few options we've recommended, and so let's go ahead and take a look at those. We'll have staff take a look at those on that side of town where I live. And so I know we can work with our community partners. I know all the parcel owners. I think Spring Valley Church, Spring Valley Bible, they own that property there. And I know in the back, there's plenty of space. I talked to Mr. Bob Crocolis the other day, owner of Anjan's and a couple other properties on Main. His heart is there as well. So we have so many options over there, actually. Right there, just steps away from the library. Even Railroad, we can go back there, huh? That'd be great. Isn't the county health clinic there too? Talk about resources. And so that's the great thing about Main Street. We got all the opportunities and options, and we can serve our whole community. So it's great to know all the property owners. Yeah. Yeah, we'll look into it. We have private property owners as well. We're very well connected. So I'll make the call. I think one of the council members, I think it was Councilmember Dominguez, proposed that empty lot. And so maybe they can contact the property owner. I'll contact my property owners. Fortunately, we're not confined to one space within a 400-meter diameter, pardon me, a radius. It's been a while. Okay, so fantastic. Let's go to any further public comment. I do see one person's hand up. I just want to make sure. Okay, yes, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. One of the things that I wanted to mention, because I know it's important as we're looking through the parcels, there is, of course, that land across the street from the library. So I just wanted to mention to ask staff to also explore. I know that you live right by there, so I don't know if you would have to recuse yourself from a vote. So I would ask that if staff could please make the phone calls, just to make sure that there's no conflict of interest, as we all have to abide by the Robert's Rules of Order. But I thank you for definitely offering that. I just want to make sure that, again, we don't put ourselves into a predicament that wouldn't allow you to vote, and we need your vote. So I definitely thank you for your consideration. And again, thank you all for making our unhoused part of our community. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Solutions for all. So great. There you have it. We're going to continue the mobile showers 100%. Now we may move it over to Railroad, or maybe move a little bit over here or there, but we're going to definitely have it. You're going to walk. I'll walk with you. And shoot. Just, I feel very, very positive. I'm just, my heart is full. I can't say much more than that. And our community partners are there for us. And really the majority of this program will continue to be in that cul-de-sac. And we may need to move it just a week or two or three, but that's okay. It won't be far. It will not be far. That I can really say. So let me go ahead and give direction. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it. You know, it's, you know, I'm kind of speechless, just, you know, how we're trying to pull each other up. You know, I want to talk about prayer, but I can't talk about prayer right now. It's not on the agenda. I will say, here's direction to staff. We will continue the mobile showers. It's been a tremendous success. I want to thank our nonprofit partners. Y'all are the real MVPs, most valuable partners. We have this grant that's awesome. we're going to have harder discussions after the grant's gone and try to, kind of just continue to fit in what we can do. But I would bet we're going to do it. So direction of staff is to keep it going. The dates surrounding Magic on Main Street 2021, maybe we'll have to look at other city properties, or even I will work with the city manager to contact our parcel owners. I believe the vice mayor is very well connected on Main Street as well. And there are certain areas that we're very familiar with that would absolutely be great. I know the G Bar, one of my favorite bars in town. Folks may know it. I'm not there anymore. Taking a little break from the G Bar, but I would say don't go in the back of the G Bar because there's a lot of room back there. Kathmandu Cuisine, I'll be there though, right next door. But I won't step foot in the G Bar. I'm taking a little break, folks. Karaoke's taking a little hiatus, but the back of the G Bar, I know Mr. Lee owns the whole parcel. We got room back there as well. Kathmandu Cuisine will feed lunch, and I'll pay for the whole thing. It's going down on Sundays in Milpitas. Mayor Tran caters a lot of lunches for a lot of people in town. So I'm excited. I'm glad this item came up. Is that direction good? Yeah?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you guys. All right, one love. Thank you very much. That's item number 14. You're welcome.
sorry,
Item
Mayor,
number
can I
15, introduce ordinance number 23.16, amending Title 1, Chapter 2, Section 2.03 of the Milpitas Municipal Code related to purchases made by departments. And we'll go ahead and welcome here through the agenda our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai.
Hi, Mayor, council, members of the public. I'm hoping this item will be fairly quick. We're asking for just a minor update to the municipal code in one area that pertains to purchases made by departments, primarily for the purpose of being flexible and efficient in the way we process payments and purchases. Next slide, please. We'll go through the background to talk about why we're here, the proposed amendments, and just 3 bullet points on the recommendations. Next slide, please. Background. So the Muni Code right now in this chapter reads that currently under subsection Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Title 1, Chapter 2, Section 2.03 of the Muni Code authorizes city departments to make purchases of supplies, material, equipment, and services not to exceed $10,000. For supplies, materials, and equipment, the department must use a procurement card, which is basically a city-issued credit card, or submit a purchase requisition to the finance department for issuance of a purchase order. For services with a value greater than $1,000, the department must submit a purchase requisition to finance for issuance of a contract and ensure compliance with insurance requirements as promulgated by the risk manager. This Muni Code section, as currently proposed and enacted, it requires that we go through a purchase requisition and contract review that involves multiple systems. It's time consuming and it's not efficient for some purchases. And to that end, it's important to evaluate the cost versus benefit of these workflows and utilize them in an optimal manner. So next slide, please. What we'd like to propose is that we allow more flexibility to procure and disperse these purchases of supplies, materials, and equipment by department. It doesn't change the purchasing authority of 10,000, so that remains the same. What it'll do is it'll enable us to define the form of procurement in the admin policy, such as whether we use a purchase card, pay from an invoice, or utilize a purchase requisition, purchase order process. And so the proposal here is to strike the last 2 sentences in the ordinance as you see there. That level of detail will then be in an admin policy, which gives us more flexibility to fine tune that as our systems improve, as we learn more from our process. Again, it doesn't change the $10,000 purchasing authority. It merely gives us the flexibility and the option to be much more efficient as we become more capable in our technology. And we don't need to bring these municipal updates back to council. Next slide. what we recommend then is that you receive this brief presentation. Following the city attorney reading of the title, we move to waive the first reading beyond the title of the ordinance number 23.16. And then we would introduce it. And that's our recommendation to the council. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai. I want to go to public comment. Let's go to public comment. Public comment for item number 15. And we have a gentleman here. Welcome up, sir. Mr. Montemayor, is that you? Yes, welcome.
Yeah, of course, we always consider the accounting and auditing department, and we refer with the mayor, city manager, city council, and all that involves. We want it in order, so it will be fair and all clean shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you very much. Hope you're doing good. All right. Looking to the chamber, no one else in the chamber. I'll go to the virtual chamber in the sky. If there's any attendees on the Zoom platform, thanks for tuning in at home, folks. I see your name on the Zoom. I'm not going to call you out, but I want to welcome you and thank you for watching tonight's Milpitas City Council on Zoom, on YouTube.com live, and Facebook live. And so I don't see any further virtual raised hands for item number 15. Back to the dais here. We're moving efficient. I want to thank my colleagues on the council and our amazing city staff. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better team and organization. That's from the bottom of my heart. And so I will say a few words. I know this is a process thing that I'm going to support, because anything I can do to save folks time. We only have 24 hours in a day, and I do my best to really make the most value out of everybody's time. And I think this ordinance would be really great language cleanup. We're still, despite the dollar amount, we're still going to collect receipts. Any amount, really, any purchase, we're still collecting receipts. I think the procurement card was one way to, keep track of this flow of the dollars. Let me ask our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai, in the event that someone purchases something city related, obviously, for $900.99. Let's say they purchase eye and ear protection. Eye and ear protection. It's $900. How would they report that to finance accounts?
Certainly. So every purchase in the city is substantiated with some sort of invoice. So we want to make sure it's delineated as to what it is that we've purchased. So we don't pay unless it is properly documented and approved, whether it's for $990 or $9,000. So if the $900 was transacted on a procurement card, that invoice would be attached to the P card system, which is provided through JP Morgan Chase. It's digitally attached to the portal. The supervisor reviews it, approves it, and then it goes to accounts payable for processing. If the transaction was paid via the purchase requisition process, there would be an intake, a review, a purchase order would be issued, the purchase would be made, and it would be paid against the purchase order itself. If the transaction was done directly with the vendor and an invoice was brought back to the city, that invoice then would show the $990 purchase, the detail on it. That invoice would be approved by the supervisor and then routed to accounts payable, again for review and payment.
Thank you very much. The rest of my discussion, that was awesome. Okay, I want to go to my colleagues here on the dais. Thank you for being mindful of the time. Thank you for being mindful of the time. If there's any comment or not, that's fine. I want to look to my right here. I don't see any comment. Mindful of the time. And then looking over to the chamber in the sky, the dais in the sky, I should say, the dais in the sky. I don't see anything. Therefore, we got public comment, and I love these items because I get to go to my city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have before you is ordinance number 23.16, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending Title I, Chapter 2, Section 2.03 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to purchases made by departments. And we would be looking for a motion to introduce and waive further reading beyond the title.
I'll move to approve item number 15, all the above recommendations. Looking for a second. We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor, we'll go with the roll call. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I had a question, but
Oh.
you didn't see my.
Oh, okay,
my
you can
hand
ask it
raised.
here. Ask it here.
So I'm still a little bit not convinced, because usually when there's a reason why you had this process, and that's because you have checks and balances, and so that way you can make sure that there's no abuse. You know, how do you know that the product or it is really needed? How do you know it's not stored somewhere in the back and you're there? It's a redundant order. So I'm going to abstain on this, or actually I'm going to vote no on this one.
Okay, we got a no from the Vice Mayor. Myself as an aye. The motion is carried and item number 15 is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on, item number 16. Let's receive a report from staff regarding transition to an in-house city attorney. Establish the position of city attorney. Adopt the resolution to amend the classification plan to add the salary range for the city attorney and provide input into the desired qualifications to assist in the selection process for the city attorney. And we'll go to our assistant city manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council and community. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I will also be joined by our Human Resources Director, Janine Sayre, for part of the presentation. So next slide, please. So just a brief background. In June, council voted to transition to an in-house city attorney. As you know, our current city attorney, Christopher Diaz, is from Best Best and Krieger and is complemented with several specialized attorneys from BB&K. And at the August 5th City Council meeting, City Council voted to establish an ad hoc City Council subcommittee to provide further direction to staff on this topic. And the subcommittee is comprised of Mayor Tran as well as Vice Mayor Montano. On August 13th, the subcommittee had its first meeting and provided direction to staff on some next steps. We could go to the next slide, please. And so this was the direction staff received at that subcommittee meeting. So the first was we talked about hiring of an executive recruitment firm, and the direction was to proceed with the hiring of a firm and to select a firm that was based in California. We also presented some information on next steps related to salary survey, qualifications, and again, received input from the subcommittee. So we were asked to complete a salary survey for the city attorney position, looking at our peer cities, and to bring back to this meeting, the full council meeting on September 7th, a resolution to amend the classification plan to add a position, a city attorney position. We also presented some desired and minimum qualifications to the subcommittee and were asked to bring it back to council to obtain input from the full council as well as members of the public. And as Janine will walk you through kind of the selection process and the recruitment timeline, we've also laid out roles for the subcommittee and the council in that process. And we're looking for input from the full council today on the role of the council versus the subcommittee. Next slide, please. And so a transition to an internal city attorney will require, the first step will be the recruitment, selection, and appointment of a city attorney. As you know, this is a council appointee position, and so will require After that, we would need the city attorney to then work with council and develop a staffing model, as well as recruit the other positions in the city attorney office. In the past, when the city had an in-house city attorney, we did have the city attorney, a deputy city attorney, as well as admin support. And so we envisioned something similar to that, but would look to the new city attorney to develop the final staffing model. We would also need to allow for transition time to transfer all of the legal work from BB&K to the in-house city attorney office. And then we do anticipate, and this is something we had in the past as well, when we had an in-house city attorney, was contracts, likely a few contracts with legal firms to provide specialized services, because two attorneys will not be able to provide expertise and everything that the city needs. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to hand it over to Janine Sayer to walk you through the next few slides.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council and public. I'm happy to talk to you tonight about the recruitment for city attorney. I'm pleased to report that we have contracted with CPS HR to conduct the executive recruitment. Pamela Derby is the executive recruitment manager, and she's also on the call, and you may hear from her a little bit later as we gather input on the desired qualifications and traits for what you're looking for as far as a successful candidate for the city attorney. But using an executive recruiter is consistent with our executive recruitments that we've had in the past. CPS HR has done a number of recent city attorney recruitments, which makes them an optimal firm to be able to do this for us. They have the ability to have extensive outreach with candidates and to produce a robust applicant pool for us. So very pleased about that. They're familiar with the Bay Area. They've done many recruitments in the Bay Area for various public sector agencies, and they've got a proven track record. So we're very fortunate that they had the time to be able to devote to us. There are a lot of recruitments going on. The Great Resignation is what they're calling this time period, with people who are resigning and moving on, and finding executive recruitment firms to take on a recruitment of this type is difficult. And we're very fortunate that we have a recruitment firm that has recent experience to be able to draw upon to help you find a city attorney. Next slide, please. So in order to be able to do the recruitment, we need to establish a salary range. So I had staff look at our surrounding agencies and to see what the comparable agencies are. You can see that the median, which is what is recommended when establishing a salary range. The maximum for the median is $259,902. So we are recommending a salary range, as you see, $207,922 to $259,903. Next slide. So in our minimum qualifications for city attorney, 7 years experiencing practicing law with 5 years of substantial municipal and or county experience, with 2 at the management level in a government legal office is what's required. Obviously, you need to have a JD from an accredited school of law, and you have to have an active state bar with the California. Next slide. So in the class specifications, we have knowledge, skills, and abilities. It's a little dry, and at the end of the presentation, again, as I mentioned, we're going to be asking you for some of the desired qualifications and traits, the ideal candidate statement that you put in the brochure. We always link to the recruitment, the class specification, but really what appeals to people when they're opening up that brochure, learning about the city, is to look to see what is the fit that the city is looking for. And so the ideal candidate statement is where you can attract people to let them know, hey, if you are like this, we want you, right? So here's some of the dry stuff. with the knowledge of, obviously, organization, duties, powers, limitations with city government, legal principles and practices, including civil, criminal, constitution, and administrative law and procedures, ordinances, statutes, court decisions, law and practices with redevelopment and community development, judicial procedures and rules of evidence, methods of legal research, established precedents and sources of legal reference applicable to municipal activities, principles and practices of public administration, principles and practices of office management and supervision. It's not the kind of statement that grabs you. So again, we'll be looking for some of your feedback on that ideal candidate statement. Next slide. These are some of the more important things, right? You want somebody to be able to clearly communicate concisely, orally, and in writing, effectively plan and organize and direct the activities of a municipal legal office, to be able to organize, interpret, and apply legal principles, and obviously knowledge of complex legal problems, to effectively apply legal knowledge and principles in court, to present statements of law, fact, and argument clearly and logically, prepare and present difficult cases in court, conduct research on complex legal problems, and prepare sound legal opinions, properly interpret and make decisions in accordance with law, regulations, and policies, establish and maintain effective relationships with employees, public officials, other departments and agencies, and the general public, and select, supervise, train, and evaluate assigned staff. Next slide. So our estimated time frame and activities. So as you can see, we've executed the contract with our executive recruiter after the subcommittee direction. And this discussion tonight and subsequent discussions are going to be on the process and determining and outlining the schedule. We will develop a candidate profile, again, in part from your input tonight, and be able to draft the recruitment brochure, which is sent to applicants that are in that robust candidate pool, people who may be interested. It goes out to other organizations. It's used as part of the posting on various websites. So it's very important that we get that recruitment brochure and we conduct the advertisement and outreach. You want to allow at least 4 weeks for that to be able to reach the maximum number of people possible. Then there's a preliminary interview process where CPS HR team will be looking at the resumes that are received and conducting interviews to kind of screen for those desirable characteristics and to find the most suitable people for your final interview pool. Next slide. There will be a recommendation list that goes to the city and the subcommittee with the written recommendations. They typically include a summary of the candidate's experience and qualifications, and what they hope to achieve in the position. So there's a nice little summary there, their work experience, and it's presented to the subcommittee, where then there's a determination based on the number of applicants who are the most qualified of the finalists that you want to interview. There could be, depending on the direction of the council, there's sometimes where there's a need for a follow-up interview that is at your discretion. It's not always necessary, but there may be times where you want to winnow it even further and just give another round. So that could be had in closed session. Once you make a decision on your finalist, there will be a background check and reference check. And then obviously there's going to be some negotiation for salary with the candidate. And once all of that is done, council will approve the appointee's contract. And then there will be a confirmation of the selected candidate. And that's a long enough process, but you have to remember that your candidate also has to give a notice to the current employer. 3 to 4 weeks is probably a common amount. So we've put down 3 weeks, but depending on If there's a legal case or something that needs to be resolved, there may be a little bit more time that's needed for that. Also, depending on the holidays and where that lands, there could be some additional time necessary. So when you look at the entire time, you're looking at somewhere between 13 and 15 weeks total for the full process. Next slide. So fiscal impact that has been put together for this is about 1.07 million, as you see. It includes the city attorney salary that has been recommended, plus benefits. And you look at the past staffing model for the in-house city attorney. It's based on the attorney, a deputy city attorney, a legal secretary, and what was mentioned by Ashwini in the prior slide, and anticipated additional contract for services where there's some specialization needed. So the budget is estimated at about 1.2 million. Could be a little more, could be a little less, but that's a good estimate at this time. If there are additional positions that are added, then obviously costs increase. Oh, I covered the last bullet. Okay, next slide. So our next steps, once we have a successful recruitment for the city attorney and the full contract is authorized, again, we're anticipating that to be in sometime in December, and the start time for the city attorney would be in January of 2022. There has to be some time for the transfer of the legal work from BBK to the in-house attorney. That transition timeframe is best determined by your new city attorney and staffing of the full office. The city attorney will be responsible for developing a transition plan, including the appropriate staffing that will be presented to council. We anticipate this to be around March of 2022. Once you approve that staffing plan and that transition plan, we'll be able to begin recruitment for the other staff. And again, the RFP for attorney services for specialized work will be contingent likely on the staff that is hired to fill that other attorney position. So that will take place after that position is hired. And then that specialized firm should be on board. We're anticipating by the beginning of the next fiscal year. Next slide. Okay, so we are asking for council input and direction, as well as the community input on those desirable traits that I was talking about. What will make this person be a successful candidate? And what you want to have put in that brochure that's really going to reach out to those individuals to say, come and work for us, you're a great fit. So that is one thing that we need. Also input as far as what the council sees as the timeline and process. If you're okay with the timeline that we've put forward, we'd like to also get some clarification on the role of the subcommittee and the council as we're going forward, and we're looking at interview dates, 1 interview, 2 interviews. How do you want to get that set up? And also to approve the salary recommendation and amend the classification plan so we can add the city attorney position. So here's our recommendation. I think it just summarizes: receive a report from the staff regarding the transition to the in-house city attorney, establish the position of city attorney, adopt the resolution to amend the classification plan to add the salary range for the city attorney, and provide input into the desired qualifications to assist in the selection process for city attorney.
Thank you very much, Janine. I think you did an excellent presentation. I know in your line of work, human resources, there's always so many different sort of activities happening with the organizations, and for you to really use your experience and knowledge and skills to lay out this plan. I'm just beyond impressed, and your professionalism here is just really. I already used this word, but it's just very impressive. So thank you for the presentation. Let's go to public comment. Public comment. We got public comment here for item number 16. Item number 16. We have a member of the public. Come on up, sir.
Voltaire Montemero Milpitas. Oh, I was thinking so deep. I didn't realize. Of course, with the presenter and the name that is usually there. Anyway, let me just put an example like I believe he, did I mention name? Chris, right? He's doing great and he got all the abilities, knowledge. And if we come to sports, if have him a free agent. Anyway, I'm not disregarding probable applicants. If I'm right now, I'm thinking deep. I'm confused a little bit. I know I'm listening. So I like the one who said the conduct. Is that him, right? That's the subject matter in me. I like him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, that's it for the chamber. Going to the virtual chamber in the sky above Milpitas, where the stars are bright and the clouds are light and the breeze is just right. Okay, so I don't see anybody else with a virtual raised hand for public comment. We'll bring it back up to the dais here. And let's see here. I will start. I want to go down the dais one by one systematically so that we can provide the input to Janine in a formatted way. I think that'd be pretty efficient here. Got a couple more items tonight as well. And so we're looking at the salary range. We're providing input into the desired qualifications. And I think we're going to talk about the subcommittee's role as well. And Janine, I think we had another one in terms of the position statement. Is that?
It's to add the position. So we need to
Oh.
actually add an FTE city attorney. So
Okay, great.
amending the resolution plan.
Thank you very much. I think you mentioned the
ideal candidate.
yeah, the ideal candidate thing. Okay, thank you. So, is there? I'm thinking back to the presentation here. Is there a list we can go off of here, or a slide we can go off of, so that each person can go down and check off the boxes?
I think if you go to slide 14 on council input and direction,
Mm-hmm.
that probably is a good one to put up on the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Slide number 14 for item number 16. Okay, those three areas. Okay, well, I really want to start off by saying I think Janine and Human Resources, our city manager's office, are doing a tremendous job as the full-time employees and the bulk of the work. And I'm certainly pleased to be on the subcommittee. And so, okay, first bullet here, let's see. I agree with staff's recommendations for the first bullet. I think that should be not difficult to state coming from me. Bullet number 2, I mentioned earlier, I think that timeline is actually appropriate. I've had discussions with our city manager, Mr. McHarris, and he's really provided me so much information and reassured me about the business and how things are in the environment of recruiting and things. So I really appreciate our city manager for really at many times providing that information to me. So thank you. I know. Yep, I said it. Sometimes, we have some really serious matters, and it's always great to talk with Steve to really just get things and to support each other. So I appreciate it. All right. I'll throw that one in there. the role of the subcommittee and council, I think we might have discussed it previously, but I do want to say that I think the subcommittee is here to provide support to city staff as we agree as a council to move forward as we have. It's really tremendous how far we've come, and looking forward to the recruitment process. But when it comes to interviews, I want to really go back to some of the experience that our council has had in the past. I would like for all interviews, and even going over the list of candidates prior to interviews, that final list of candidates, I would like for the council to always have a special meeting or closed session due to personnel matters. I don't make up the rules, it's personnel. And so I would like for our council as a whole to meet to go over the list of candidates, all of them, and then interviews as well. I know that myself and members of this council are fully committed to this town for really a lifetime, and we don't mind spending time to get this right for a full-time in-house city attorney. And then the last bullet, I absolutely approve. So I hope that's along the lines of the feedback. I know we've had bullets and sub bullets here, but Janine, is that
That's
enough?
helpful. That's helpful, Mayor. Is there anything that you want to call out in an ideal candidate statement about what you're looking for as far as a desirable candidate that would make someone be successful in this position? If you had to describe
Wow.
a successful candidate.
Wow. Is it possible if we can maybe email you that? I want to think about it. It's very subjective and open-ended. I can say our city is based on families, about diversity, and about really business and working and jobs. So I think those are the three areas in town that we're committed to. And I'll just keep it short. Family, diversity, and business. That's where we hang our hat in this town. The one behind me. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Also, I don't know if you see her on the screen, but Pam Derby from CPS HR is here, and she has her hand raised.
Okay. Hey, Pam, how you doing? Go ahead, Pam. Let's get the microphone for Pam. Welcome.
Thank you. What I was going to mention is that oftentimes I'll speak with council members individually, and I want to say good evening to Ms. Kantak. I haven't seen her in quite some time. And so I can speak with each of you. We can set up a telephone call.
Yes.
I can send you a draft brochure, sample type of brochure.
Yes.
I recently completed the general counsel for MTC, and I'm doing a senior counsel for them right now. So I could send you that sample brochure and schedule telephone calls with each of you if you'd like, so that you have a little time to think about it.
Would love that. Would love that. Thank you so much. That would be very welcomed. That's what I'm trying to say. That'd be very welcome. So let's do that for the whole council as well. What can I tell a person before I move on here to the vice mayor? What can I tell a person about Milpitas? We're one of the best cities in the state. We're financially super healthy. Some of our bond ratings are going up. Our revenues are up. Look at some of the tax measures we put in place over the last few years. We're going to be super financially well off for a decade. We're located really in Silicon Valley. We are a tight-knit community with a diverse history. And I think our families are up there with any other family community in the world. You can eat any type of food. You can go to any type of place of worship. Our peace is very high. Our crime, violence, all that stuff is super low. Thank you very much, Police Chief Hernandez. We are really upfront with our residents. We don't do retail politics where we set up shop and open the door. We do Amazon Prime politics. We'll be at your door within 2 days. And you can get from one end of town to the other in 15 minutes. And we have folks in this community that have been here for decades that are leaders outside of City Hall. They're the nonprofits left and right. Big tech companies, tech incubators. We have everything possible in Milpitas. But I can email that over. Okay, let's go down the line. I'm going to go in order here, if I may. We'll be efficient here. We got another item on the agenda. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So the qualifications are all right on. They're, you know, the bullet points, everything is perfect. The education and experience, the licenses, the certificates, special requirements, all that falls into place what we would like to see. What I would like to see is this person has to value diversity because our city is a very diversity. It's been diverse from the very inception of when this city was created. So they have to value diversity and they have to have excellent communication skills. You need to be able to get along with everyone, the public, the staff, you know, the management, everyone. So those are the ideal qualifications that I'd like to see. And they also need to be familiar with some of the legislative, you know, there's so many legislative bills, the state and the Senate and the Assembly. And I'd like to see them kind of have a good grasp of be up to date on some of these bills. And was wondering if, I don't know if it's asking too much, but what has he or she published, you know, in terms of their legal profession. So, you know, if they have any publishings, that would be great. And, oh, now how many cases have they won? So that to me, if you've won a lot of cases, that means you're really good. So anyway, those are some of what we have right now in the qualifications. That you've got it down, staff, you got it down right on. Those other ones that I mentioned, those are extra ones that I'd like to see. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And next we'll go here to Council Member Fan.
Sure. Not sure where I should start. If staff could kind of guide me, what some of the asks are specifically.
So we presented to you the minimum qualifications on the job spec and the licenses, certificate, years of experience, so on and so forth. Are you okay with those? Did you have any edits?
No, I think that's fine. But let's see. What's the next ask?
The next ask is on the selection and confirmation timeline and process.
Okay, so let me backtrack then onto the desired qualifications and what I would want to ask of the applicant, if that's all right. I'd like to know examples of their efforts to protect their council from liability. So, I would like a city attorney that is able to essentially keep us out of trouble, keep us ethical, even if sometimes the council may disagree with the city attorney. So what are some instances where they have disagreed with their council But, you know, for the sake of the city, for the sake of protecting their respective cities' legal liabilities, minimalizing risk. So how have they navigated through that? And really just, you know, what kind of person they are ethically. Because I think it's always a good factor to consider, something that we've certainly been accustomed to. And, you know, I think it'd be difficult to find, you know, something really top that, but ultimately high standards of ethics, even, you know, if it might be at odds with their bosses.
Okay. As far as selection and timeline process, the timeline that we laid out, did you have any questions or concerns?
I do have a concern, yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious as to why, well, actually, in terms of moving forward with the recruitment firm, nothing against the firm itself. When did we give that authorization? And if we are, you know, having that discussion today about what the role of the subcommittee is, you know, wouldn't that be more appropriate prior to whatever authorization was given?
So the subcommittee gave us authorization when we met last month to hire the recruitment firm. It is consistent with other executive recruitments.
But that wasn't the council. I'm sorry. That wasn't the council direction, unless it was, and you can, you know, indicate when that was.
I don't have the prior minutes to pull up. My understanding is that was the direction given to the subcommittee, was to provide us direction so that we could come here before a full council tonight.
Yeah, I would need further clarification on that, because that is a very broad stroke of authorization there that I don't recall, you know, having that conversation about, if we're going to have that conversation, you know, on that next bullet point.
Councilmember Fan, you're right. The direction on August 5th from council was to establish the subcommittee. The members of the subcommittee were identified, and the purpose of the subcommittee was noted to provide direction to staff on next steps. One of the immediate next steps we brought forward to the subcommittee was the selection process for the executive recruitment firm.
Okay, and is that
Mayor Tran here, and furthermore, we can provide more direction tonight as you need.
Okay, and in terms of that executive recruitment and the scope of service, has that been agendized? Is that, you know, on the table tonight, or has that, you know, already been executed?
The contract has already been executed.
And Councilmember Fan, just in terms of you know, other executive recruitments, we typically have not brought that to council. So we generally proceed with getting proposals from recruitment firms and then selecting a firm to move forward.
I understand. However, what was mentioned earlier was that this was at the direction of the subcommittee, and I don't recall us authorizing such direction. So why was an agreement executed? And, you know, that's something that I feel like we skipped a step here. I'm
Point of information.
Sure.
Point of information. The city council has made a direction to go towards a full-time city attorney, and we are in a transition with our current, which, thank you. And so any type of action that doesn't involve actually what's on the agenda tonight or actually voting to hire a full-time city attorney, those are the actions that are required by the council. In terms of some of the timeline items, the subcommittee has made a decision that they're going to go with the recruitment firm. There is no final hiring of a full-time employee. And so the subcommittee has made that decision. And the city council, I think, can further that decision tonight if you'd like.
It just, I'm not sure what the point of providing the direction is if the agreement has already, been executed, and we have the consultant here today. Like I would understand if like this was to be discussed, and then tonight we would authorize such a firm. That's something that I typically recall. Is in line with our city process in terms of bringing consultants on board and whatnot. That's something that I'm sort of working through right now with my subcommittee and how that came to be. We followed the steps where council agreed, and from that point onwards, the agreement was executed. But it's already been done. So there's not much for me to speak further on that. I would just like for us to, in the future, for future recruitments, or if for the sake of processes, for us to actually follow that order.
Yes. No, I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. Consistency.
Moving on though. Yeah.
Well, I just want to address your comment. Consistency is key. There's a consistent practice throughout our government, not just here, but in the past, where recruitment firms are used, and those recruitment firms weren't agendized. I understand that you have a concern. I understand that you're sensitive to this particular recruitment, but we are consistent with the city manager's office using and really authorizing recruiting firms. And I think we have a long track record of our recruitment firms that we've used in the past. And so I think the key goal is the city council has provided direction to seek a full-time city attorney. The city council has made a direction to have a subcommittee for this topic. And so really the wheel's been rolling, and we're moving appropriately to reach the direction of the council here. So it is a sensitive item. I acknowledge you. Carry on.
Sure. So, I guess to prevent any kind of miscommunication going forward, in terms of providing or outlining the expectations of the subcommittee. Ultimately, how I view subcommittees are they have always played an advisory role, that they don't have unilateral decision making abilities, such as approving any agreements. And I hope that we can all agree to that going forward, because this is a big decision. It's going to impact all of us. It's going to impact the city, and I want to make sure that at the end of the day, we all have an equal say. Certainly with respect to the subcommittees, recommendations, but also independent and with superseding authority. So that said, that's my expectations on the second bullet. And the last one, can you pull up the salary range?
That's on slides. Oh, there is 6.
Now, this is the salary or the budget for the office?
This is the salary range is the 207,922 to 259,903.
Okay. And what is the recommendation? Did you provide a recommendation?
The recommendation is right on the top of the slide, the 207,922, and the maximum is the 259,903.
Yeah, even with the lowest on the range there, it's fairly high for what I am comfortable with, just as one individual. I think that we have taken a huge toll in terms of our budget and have made some difficult decisions, and it's hard for me to support anything in that range for pure fiscal reasons. I don't think that's what we should be spending in a pandemic. I'm certainly open to say a lower range, but including in there, that this is the starting salary, and if economic conditions improve, that's something we can revisit. But yeah, that's just my take, and I think that was the final bullet point on my end. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I'll do a point of information. The subcommittee did not have any role in selecting the recruiter. The city manager's office selected the recruiter. At no time did any person, elected official on the subcommittee contact the recruiter directly or engage in negotiations with the recruiter that's being used.
That's very
The subcommittee did, thank you very much. The subcommittee did have a subcommittee meeting, which was public, and we recommended that the recruiter be in the state of California, and that meeting is online. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Look, do you mind pulling back the slide where we have to move through the different phases of this?
Slide 16, I think it was.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to give a notice. My iPad's about to die and I might have to change devices, but we'll see what we could accomplish in 3%. First and foremost, I know this is very sensitive and we all have very different perspectives. And so I do want to share that I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to speak the truth. And I know that sometimes that may rub off on folks because I do ask hard questions. And I think many of you know it's because I love the city and I love integrity. And so I am a truth teller. So if that hurts some of you, please know it's not intentional and it's not personal, but I will continue to be a truth teller. History shows that truth tellers here get censured. And I do hope that that's not the pathway we're taking, because truth telling is about to begin. So I'm going to start with the role of the subcommittee and the council. Per Robert's Rules of Order, a subcommittee, the purpose of the subcommittee is to find all the permanent information and bring it back to a body, the elected body. The subcommittee cannot perform any function of an existing elected body or body. They are to report back to the body. So that I have a couple questions on this subcommittee. Can someone help me just maybe understand who was the chair of the subcommittee? Or who is the chair of the subcommittee?
We'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, for assistance for the council member. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dominguez, Mayor Tran, and Vice Mayor Montano are on the subcommittee.
But who's the chair? So per Robert's Rules of Order, there should be a chair. So who's the chair of the subcommittee?
We did not select a chair for the subcommittee at the first meeting that we had. This is an ad hoc subcommittee, and we did not have a chair selected as part of the agenda.
Okay. So per Robert's Rules of Order, if I'm reading the booklet that I printed out correctly, the chair is responsible. So if you're telling me that there wasn't a chair and we just formed the subcommittee and that wasn't on the agenda, so then this wasn't a valid subcommittee. It wasn't a valid ad hoc according to Robert's Rules of Order.
Councilmember Dominguez, I'll defer to our city attorney, but I know that we have another subcommittee where we have co-chairs. So we don't necessarily have a chair and vice chair, but we have co-chairs for the housing subcommittee.
Yes. So I don't mean to interrupt. That is correct. And that was my second question was, per Robert's Rules of Order, you can have co-chairs, but you must have a chair, somebody that does the minutes, in order for those minutes to go to the elected body. So the ad hoc or the committee could not perform the duties of a current elected body. The current elected body for the city of Milpitas is voted by the voters. There's 5 of us. So the ad hoc committees or any committees could not perform our duties. That's illegal. So our duties were performed, it sounds like, if I'm hearing this correctly, help me understand if I heard it correctly, that there was already a recruitment firm that's already started the process and that was voted in the subcommittee?
No, so
I mean,
just
the
a
ad hoc committee?
clarification on that, Councilmember Dominguez. The recruitment firm was not voted on by the subcommittee. What staff recommended, hiring an external recruiter like we've done for other executive recruitments, and the subcommittee concurred, and we did the selection again, as Mayor Tran noted, outside of the subcommittee direction. And this is again consistent with what we've done for the executive recruitments. We don't bring that to council.
Correct, but that wasn't done for the city manager position, was it?
For the current city manager, we didn't go through that, but in the past.
Right, okay, so I'm gonna pause you there for point of clarification per Robert's Rules of Order. There's 2 staff members that this council oversees, which is the city manager position and this position. So I would understand why the executive recruitment took place without it being on an agenda, without it being voted on by the entire body for other positions, because technically under the charter, they're under the city manager. But this position is under the city council. So the ad hoc committee per Robert's Rules of Order should not fulfill the purpose of an existing committee, or elected body. That we are the elected body. So I'm failing why there's being decisions made in the ad hoc committee versus it being an advisory committee per Robert's Rules of Order. These aren't my rules. I'm just following what we've done traditionally, which would then mean minutes should have been taken at this meeting that took place in August. Did I hear you correctly that minutes were taken at this ad hoc committee?
Yes, Councilmember Dominguez, generally staff takes the meetings and then we bring it to the next meeting, the draft minutes to the next meeting. So generally it's the staff that puts the meetings together. And if I could just clarify on the subcommittee direction, as we noted earlier, council did vote for the subcommittee to provide direction to staff on next steps, which is why we brought some recommendations forward to that subcommittee.
Okay, but again, per Robert's Rules of Order, that ad hoc committee does not have the authorization to make those decisions. They could advise, but they should not be making those decisions because there's an existing body. And this has happened in other ad hoc committees that I have been in, where the ad hoc committee acts as an advisory because the purpose of an ad hoc committee or committee per Robert's Rules of Order is to find all the permanent information and bring it back to that bigger body. So unfortunately, I really do feel we violated Robert's Rules of Order and we took democracy away from the voters because we placed 2 members into this ad hoc committee. It was not agendized. There's items here that are being presented today that were not agendized. And this entire body did not have the ability to listen to that information, and it wasn't transparent. So the other question that I have is in terms of the minutes, I just want to confirm there is no minutes that were provided to the council on this ad hoc committee at any time?
Not as of yet, Councilmember Dominguez.
Okay, so we didn't have minutes, and now this is before us. So at what point was the public part of this conversation? Because I am looking to determine where this started, and it looks like the timeline, it started in closed session. Closed session, was it reported out as a narrative or as a vote?
It was reported out as a vote on June 21st, I believe. And then Councilmember Dominguez, though we did not provide minutes, because we typically, again, for subcommittees, bring them to the next meeting. We did include direction that was provided at the subcommittee in the report to council and attach kind of what went to the subcommittee as well.
Okay, yeah, but that definitely doesn't fulfill per Robert's Rules of Order process. And that's the process that we all follow and should be following. The next thing that I think is really important for our community to see is that at what point is the community involved in this conversation? Because help me understand, and maybe the chair or one of the members of the subcommittee could help me understand when it was said that this committee was intended to find the permanent information to bring an in-house attorney. Could someone help me remember what was the primary purpose of why we were moving into an in-house attorney model?
I'll jump in here. Thank you very much, Ashwini. Appreciate you. So I'm just listening to the discussion. I don't have the answers that maybe some people want to hear. I do have respect for the way we do business here for our community. We did have a subcommittee meeting. It was no secret. It was on youtube.com and Facebook Live and is posted right now. The notice was noticed on the bulletin board. The purpose of the subcommittee is to provide input for staff. And so we did that. Whatever they asked us, we provided our input. And we move forward. I know you may have concerns with the Roberts rules, but maybe you can send an email and, what was that? Not sure what that was, but we'd have to refer to the Roberts rules. I'm not sure if I totally understand some of the language that you're providing tonight with the Roberts Rules and the parliamentary procedure.
Thank you very, oh,
So
sorry, go ahead.
I have no further information for your request.
Okay, so help me understand. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. The majority of this council moved forward to bring an in-house attorney. And when I asked you what the criteria was to make that decision, you're telling me you don't have information on why you made that decision. I just want to find out what was the criteria for us to move the attorney into an in-house? What was the criteria that we measured to make that decision? I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. Was there a report that was made?
I appreciate your comments. I think we've had records, we've had meetings on the record where you asked the same questions, and that's on record. It's in the minutes for previous city council meetings. So I'm really looking to move forward tonight and make the best use of the time check. And
I
so I'll
appreciate
make
the
a
time.
motion to limit discussion.
I
We
actually
do
have the
minutes
floor.
on record. Motion to limit discussion.
For Robert's Rules of Order, I have the floor. And so you could only do minutes, limit the minutes after my time is up. And so my time on the floor per page, I believe number 9 per Robert's Rules of Order, my motion is still in motion. And so therefore I still have the microphone.
There is no motion on the floor, though.
I mean, not motion, in terms of time. Thank you
I
for
have
the
no further
correction.
comment. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
So staff, since I still, per Robert's Rules of Order, you could find it on page 9. I still, the time limit that has been placed by the mayor to strip me away from truth telling does not apply to me. And that's because I started conversation before he interrupted with that motion. So staff, just point of clarification, was there ever a report that was given to council where it states it would be cheaper to have an in-house attorney versus an out-house attorney? Was there a report or a slide or anything with that information that was ever provided to this council? Staff?
Yeah, I don't know if Steve wanted to jump in. So Councilmember Dominguez, there was no report that said that an in-house attorney would cost less. Staff did provide some requested information on estimated costs, just like we provided kind of fiscal impact. So the current budget for the city attorney, the way it is structured right now, is a little over $1 million. We did provide some very high-level estimates based on a past model. Again, as we discussed, the staffing model would be determined once a city attorney came on board. So we did provide costs of about $1.2 million. And that includes kind of 3 in-house staff plus some contractual services based on kind of what the city had used in the past. And that's the information that was provided. We did not do a full report.
So just point of clarification, invoices, because we've had this model in the past, and for those who are watching us, this is the model that unfortunately got our city into deep challenges with litigation and other things that you could Google, and unfortunately did not provide transparency and some shameful levels of structure of government handling here at City Hall, which thank God we don't have to, I'm hoping we're not going through that again, but it feels like it. It's very similar. Those invoices or any financial reports that we should have, because we've had this model, comparing or comparables to the current model that would show what the mayor and the council members who supported this, that it would be cheaper. We haven't had that. No one has provided a report of that. So as you're asking me for council input and direction,
What information,
really
we have
hard.
received it.
I am
We'll
still
go to the
speaking.
motion
I
to
am
limit
still
discussion. We'll go to our city attorney for the motion to limit discussion. This council member has been speaking for 20 minutes, and we have other council members that should be afforded the opportunity this evening.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I will continue
City attorney,
speaking.
city attorney, please.
And so what I hear
We'll
you
go to the
say
city
at
attorney.
this
Is he
time
present?
is you're still speaking over me, and that is really rude. God is watching
Point of
us.
order, point of order, point of order. Please stand by. Please stand by. I appreciate your comments, council member. I do have to run this meeting and ensure folks get an opportunity to speak at a time upwards to the time that you've expensed, in all fairness. If we can't get a legal opinion, that's fine. That's okay with me. But I ask you to conclude so that other people can have an opportunity to speak. And I do want to do a time check as we want folks to get home at a reasonable time tonight. And I don't think that's conducive with the time that you're utilizing.
I
Do you know how
appreciate it,
long
Mayor.
do you know how long you've been speaking? I ask kindly that you conclude in a concise way so that
Absolutely.
other people can have a meaningful opportunity. Thank you.
Sounds great, Mayor. So my concise conclusion is I cannot afford any direction because the city attorney has protected me. And this is retaliation for him protecting me and doing his job. So Milpitas, if you're watching, there is a reason why this mayor is talking over me. He does not want me to speak the truth. The truth is I put a complaint against him for harassment. And now the man that supported and did his job to protect me is losing his job. This is exactly the politics that we need to get out of City Hall. Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. That
You're
concludes my-
welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, we're going to go to the next person. We're going to Councilmember Chua. Take it away, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. First, I would like to ask a couple of questions to our recruiter.
Yes,
Hello, hi. What's your first name again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
it's Pam.
Hi, Pam. You mentioned that you have done city attorney recruitment recently. Can you please state the city that you've recently did some placement?
So we are currently doing Simi Valley, and I've done the county councils for both Ventura and Santa Barbara counties recently. I've placed the general counsel at the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, which, as you know, is the 9-county MPO for the $2 billion organization. I'm also now they've asked me to come back and do their senior counsel and associate counsel recruitment for them. I did their executive director recruitment. We've had a 10-year, more than 10-year master contract with the city of San Jose. I've been with CPS for 18 years. I manage the executive recruitment function. I came to CPS from Yuba County, where I was the aide to the Board of Supervisors. So I've spent my career in local government. CPS is actually a public agency. We are a joint powers authority. So we are a not-for-profit. And our mission is the promise of the public sector. And so that's our goal. We are not a sole proprietorship. We are all employees of CPS. We don't own the firm. And so we just receive salaries. We don't receive commissions, et cetera. We have a full service human resources consulting company. We've worked for Gilroy, Los Gatos. We have a master contract with Valley Water. I've just placed their security manager. Mid-Penn Open Space. I placed the executive director at the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency. We've worked for East Palo Alto for years. As I said, I've done executive director or general counsel all the latest, and we're probably going to do the CFL recruitment for MTC. We've worked for Palo Alto, Sunnyvale. I'm currently I just did the executive director for the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I'm now doing their deputy executive director in repeat business. So we have an extensive, as I said, we've recently we did city attorney for the city of Riverside. I know council member Dominguez was concerned about input for the city of Riverside city attorney. We did do a virtual town hall for the community to attend if they wanted to talk about the attributes that they'd be looking for in a city attorney. So those things are possible for us to do as well.
Thank you so much. That's really reassuring. And I've seen that you covered everything that I was going to ask for. And you have extensive knowledge in our local government here in the Santa Clara County. I mean, San Jose, Gilroy, Sunnyvale, Saratoga. Well, that's awesome. Thank you. And welcome aboard, by the way.
Thank you.
Bye.
It'll be a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you. It will be a pleasure too to work with you as well. My question is, can we have that slide again, please, Janine?
Slide 16,
Yes, please.
the bullet points.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm hoping IT will get it. There you go.
So I just want to add a couple of things on the KSAs. I just want to make sure that the city attorney understands that he or she is accountable to the residents of Milpitas, not to the council, not to anybody else, but to the residents of Milpitas. That being said, he is a protector of the city against any lawsuit, prevention, all that's necessary to reduce the lawsuit for the city. I don't know how you're going to put that there somewhere, Janine, but that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, are you satisfied with that being put in the ideal candidate statement?
Yes.
Okay.
That the city attorney needs to understand. He does not report to any of the city council members, but to the residents of Milpitas. I agree with Mayor Tran that on the procedural process, I like his idea of a closed session or whatever session is legal to go over the list of candidates and pick who we want as a council. So the interview as well of top candidates, I like that suggestion from Mayor Tran. Because the city manager the city attorney is also a manager, I would like these two abilities on the ability to, number one, ability to manage conflict effectively within city staff, the council, and the community. Number two, ability to recruit, select, hire, retain, and develop an effective and productive legal team. Because these are all, as you said, Janine and Ashwini, these are all minimum requirements. I would see more experience. This is just minimum, which is kind of I like. So I'm looking for more of each one of these. And I think that's it. I think that's it for me for the KSA. And Thank you so much. Thank you, Pam, Janine, and Ashwini. Good job.
Thank you very much,
you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Chua. You're welcome always. I appreciate your leadership and your friendship over many years. I second really Councilmember Chua's ideas and will, really emphasize the roles of the city attorney and the role of the city manager. And so we will always make sure that their roles are aligned with their position. So I know staff will ensure that as well with our recommendations from council members and such. I do want to take a minute. I know a council member had said some things about me, and usually I don't say anything. And I've been doing this for 5 years now, and I've had people say things about me. It kind of, I kind of got thick skin, so I don't really say much. It's not on the agenda, but if anybody has any concerns, please have their attorney reach out to me so that we can really approach it professionally, because there's no room for this stuff. And that's all I got to say about that, because it's not on the agenda. So we're talking about a full-time city attorney's office. And speaking of that, I do want to go back to our staff here. One really important thing is stability. I do want to go to Janine and Ashwini, as well as Pam, perhaps, whoever would like to capture this information. I really love Milpitas because it's home. And the stability that I have here with my family and friends extends into City Hall. And I want every person that dedicates their career to our city to have stability as well. I'm just proud of folks. I don't want to talk about the city manager too much, but when the city manager committed to leading our organization, which is a fine organization, one of the top in the county, we ensured that there was stability with the 2-year term, and we're going to extend that pretty soon here in a very, very good way. Same thing, I think, with the city attorney. So I want to make sure that in the job description or going forward that it's a 3-year term. That's a 3-year term for whoever decides, or whoever the council as a whole decides to be our city attorney full time. I want them to know that they're going to sign a contract of 3 years, 3-year term. And that's the way that obviously we're going to attract talent, city attorneys, but also provide the stability. The city council, under my leadership, has changed more than it ever has in the 67 years of the history of the city. We've seen multiple council members go out the back door. We've seen fresh leaders, strong leaders, new leaders come in and sit right next to me. And so I want to make sure that, I'll continue to be in this town and drive our community forward. Whether I'm in office or not, I want to make sure that the city attorney knows they're coming in actually some stability, and we do have stability. And so I think a 3-year contract for the city attorney will be very enticing, and that would be the best practice for our council. I've even invited our current city attorney to commit to our city as well. So I'm looking for folks that are going to commit their life to this city every day of the week. And people ask me, why am I going for a full-time city attorney? Well, I think full-time is the key word. Folks, if you're watching, our city attorney is here 2 days a week, which is good. It's good, but we want more than good. We want great. We want excellent. We want fully committed. I want someone to commit their life to our city 5, 6, 7 days a week. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes at night. We're here. I'm here. I can keep doing this for 30 years. And I know my colleagues to my right and in the virtual cloud perhaps have dedicated their life in public service to the city. So I'll keep saying it if I have to. I try not to say too much. I'm a man I don't try to talk too much, especially about serious things. I don't try to talk too much about serious things, but we definitely got a strategy that's been working since 2016, and it's working. And we've gone through some hard waters, and we're still floating, and we're stronger sailors for it in different ways. So we're going to keep going. And I think with the full-time city attorney, that's the best thing for our organization. Our organization is so strong. Thank you very much, Steve. But our organization is so strong. Every department director, the leadership is just top to bottom. I can't, I'm here. We've been working on this for years, and we're still improving our organization. And if anybody's committed to giving their career full time to this city, then I'm gonna come talk to you. So that's all I gotta say about that 3-year contract. Make sure that happens. And I think we'll be all right. There's a lot of heart in this building. The light will keep shining. So, okay, I don't see any further comment requests from the dais here. I'll go to the dais in the sky. I don't see any virtual raised hands.
Mayor
We'll
Tran,
go
do you
back.
mind if I wanted to circle back to you, Mayor Tran, on your question, and I apologize for not coming on.
It's all good.
I just had to look it up, to be honest with you.
I appreciate you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just needed to look it up. But
Yeah.
all the criteria just for the motion to limit debate, yes, it's always available to you as a council. It's in Robert's rules. But the criteria is you can't interrupt a speaker who has the floor. It must be seconded. It does require a 2/3 vote of the council, which would be 4 out of the 5 of you. And those are the general criteria for a motion to limit debate.
Okay, thanks. I'll do that next time. Thank you very much. Could have used it earlier, but you're here now. We'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, great. So I'll go to staff here. Janine, you're driving this a lot. So do you have information and input, feedback, all that stuff?
I do, but I need a motion. So I need
Okay.
to amend the salary resolution, approve the salary range for the city attorney. There you go.
Okay, I'll move item number 16 as Janine stated, including sort of the input of the consensus of the council here. How's that, Janine? Chris?
I think if we can just move the recommendation.
Okay.
would be-
Even better. I'll take that one. I'll do that one. Let me go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. I just want to clarify a question. We're not changing the range, right? It's what Janine, yeah, okay. 207 to,
Yeah,
okay.
consensus of the council.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll move to approve item number 16 based on the recommendations on the agenda. I need a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua, and we'll go with the roll call here. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
No.
Councilmember Finn.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Montano. Let me get your microphone. I'm sorry.
Aye.
And myself is an aye, and the motion is carried. Item number 16 has been approved. Thank you very much, Janine and Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. Moving on. Item number 17, establish the Main Street Revitalization Ad Hoc Council Subcommittee comprised of Vice Mayor Montano and Councilmember Chua. And that item is on me. I will keep it really short. So I decided not to be on the Main Street Revitalization Ad Hoc Council Subcommittee because I actually live within 1,000 feet of there. So I figure, that's not a good idea. I don't want to make it hard for people. The vice mayor, I know back in, I think it's 1,000 feet. Yeah, I'm 1,000 feet. Yeah. I can see Main Street from my neighborhood, but anywho, so my faith is in 2 people that I really want to recommend tonight and trust. And I know the vice mayor has been working on revitalization of Main Street since I asked her and begged her to come back in 2018. We got so many pictures out there on Main Street, and work can be gradual, but we're here now in 2021. I'm excited for the car wash that's coming in on Main Street. Well, once I know, hold on. The Main Street, the car wash is coming in. We're supporting our small businesses, even in the Milpitas Post. So I was down on Main Street. Okay. Leave it at that. Safe. Magic on Main Street, and I know other council members are also contributing. We need all hands on deck. We need all hands on deck. I think it starts with this subcommittee. I think the term revitalization, if you ask anybody, that comes from the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. You know, she is the one that coined that term, revitalization. I would have used something else, but revitalization is the right word. I was going to use some other words, but that's the right word, Vice Mayor. And so it sticks and it's serious. And I know that with the Midtown Plan update, our city council, along with our city manager, Steve McHarris, and our staff, we're going to do the Midtown Plan, and that's going to be the best Midtown Plan that's happened in this town in decades. And it's going to bring serious change to Main Street. So just, you couldn't ask for a better time to be a part of revitalization of Main Street. And so it is my recommendation tonight, based on the Milpitas City Council handbook, my recommendations under those handbook policies, that it is the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano, and Councilmember Evelyn Chua. We'll take public comment for item number 17. If anybody here wants to comment for item number 17. Okay, I don't see anybody in the chamber. Going to the, okay, we do have somebody. All right, Mr. Montemayor. The microphone's down. Is it on? I don't see the light. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of you as the vice mayor, yeah, she always go to where I go, like St. John's, all those. So, yeah, revitalization, enhancement. Same thing, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. I know you're really involved with Main Street at St. John's Church and watching the church and cleaning St. John's. I saw you there one time, remember that? So I know you care a lot about Main Street, so we'll definitely keep you engaged. Okay, great. All right, that's it. Public comment in the chamber. I'm going to the virtual chamber in the sky for any virtual raised hands. They got one attendee. I don't see a virtual raised hand. That's it for the comment. That's it for the comment from the public. What's that? Oh no, she's fine. Yeah, I think she's just having some water. Okay, any comment? I'll because I'm gonna move this thing. I'm gonna move this thing to get approved if I don't see any virtual raised hands. Okay, I don't see anybody. Okay, I'll move to approve the establishment of item number 17. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the comment here. And next up with the comment. Okay, I see no comments. Okay, Vice Mayor Montano.
I second that.
Okay, we got a motion by myself to approve item number 17. We have a second from the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano. All in favor, I'll go ahead down the line. Councilmember Chua. We have an aye from Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
We have aye from Councilmember Dominguez. We'll go to Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
We have an aye from Councilmember Fan. Vice Mayor Montano. We have an aye from the Vice Mayor.
Aye.
There it is right there. Myself is an aye. Fantastic. That's item number 17.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
Something clarifying. I'm sorry. I think I'm coming up as council member 6 as I'm looking at the screen here, but I was trying to raise my hand.
Oh,
Just to clarify, because
Sure.
Main Street is such a broadly used term. We have projects, we have planning programs that talk about Main Street and Gateway and includes Able and other street and other corridors such as Calavera. So with the subcommittee, I know in the past we talked about a certain segment of Main Street seemed to be the area of focus. So is a subcommittee handling just a certain segment of Main Street, all of Main Street, or is it a greater planning area?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know Main Street ends at Able.
The vice mayor may have some clarity because she's certainly talked.
Can we let the subcommittee discuss that when they meet?
Sure.
I mean, there is only one Main Street, so I mean, let's consider the whole thing.
Just that's fine, as long as at some point we have some direction as to, we all agree what we're talking about.
Right, with all of Main Street. Let's not limit ourselves. Okay. Yeah. Well, when folks come to town, they're gonna come to Main Street, and that could be anywhere on Main Street. And so let's not limit ourselves. It's as stated on the
Thank you.
agenda, Main
Main
Street. You can go out, we'll go out there and look at it, but that's Main Street. And I think it'll be good. Okay, great. Moving on to item number 18. I didn't put it on a consent tonight because I do want to spend a little bit of time on it. But let's receive and review the list of agenda items. Let's go ahead and do our best as a council for our city staff so that they can move efficiently. Let's receive and review the list of agenda items requested by city council members. I guess let's check in with our city manager or city manager's office. Were there any details you're looking to refine? We are here at the disposal as a city council, at the disposal of our great city staff and organization that gets things done. So, or we'll go to our city council as well for input. We just want to make sure that the iron is sharpening iron on item number 18. If you need a second, I'll go to my council here. If there's any requests for item number 18, a list of items. You know what? In a way you can. In a way you can, because we are talking about the list of items, agenda items. And so in a way you can, because you're referring to the list of items. So now the key will be the priority. We want to make sure that, we're not just throwing something in the bucket. We got to have different buckets. Okay, let's go to the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I had this on my list and for some reason I forgot to mention it. But there is a property there and I've mentioned it to the city manager already for a future museum. And it's for sale. And I'd like staff to look into it
Okay.
on Main Street.
Yeah, okay, so we can have I think real estate is under closed session.
In this case, we don't even know which, we don't have any direction
Yeah,
on which
so-
property we were speaking
There's the
of.
one over there on right next to the old post office.
How about this, get some more information, bring it to the city manager. He'll take a glance at it. And if there's any further interest for a step forward, then you can bring it back to the council with full detail. Do you know the address?
Yeah, it's right there in the where
Okay.
the Dignity on Wheels.
Right.
is right there.
We need the actual street address for the public,
What's
so.
the name of that street? Steve Willis?
Yeah, but I love the idea.
Windsor and Carlo. Yeah.
I love the idea because we do need a
A
museum.
museum, yeah.
At cost effective, absolutely. But we need more information, so
Okay, Windsor and Carlo.
yeah,
Street.
so
Thank
if you can
ma'am.
gather
Thank
that
you.
information, maybe contact the real estate professional representing the property. That way we can get full
Staff.
details of costs.
Well, actually,
We'll get some information on the building to see if there's any structural
okay.
concerns.
That's
There's a whole list of things in real estate that
Yeah.
need to be covered. So if you can gather that information so that it doesn't take away our city manager's time, so that way we can just
Yeah, it's-
get straight to
It's
it.
a request.
Okay. Okay.
You're right, the next step would be closed session for
Yeah.
further discussion on that property. We do know the property because the vice mayor did point that out to me. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
But the main point is we need a museum and we need it badly. And we need somebody to make the effort to deliver that. So Vice Mayor, I really appreciate that.
See it as part of the revitalization effort. There has to be a draw, more economic development,
I
Next to
support
the
it. I support
library.
it completely. I support it
Okay.
completely.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. In the interest of time, for the list, if we're gonna go through this, may I suggest that each council member pick one out of the list to be their number one, and that's it for tonight. Each one council member pick one from the list, and that's gonna be our priority just for tonight. Otherwise, we're gonna stay here until past midnight. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I'm looking at it. And so there's categories. So which category are we referring to? Let me get your microphone. Yeah, trying to.
My suggestion is, I think we're looking at priorities. My suggestion is for each council member to pick one item that they feel is their number one for tonight. And then we can come back later date for the rest. Just one item.
Well, the thing is, the city council has provided direction on each item,
Oh, you did,
regardless
so-
of the person that requested the item. It's,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
we prioritize based on this list before you. The list based on the item itself and the priority of the item. We did not sort of calculate the requester's information. And so that's why some council members may have a higher number of priority items on the list than others, because the city council is providing direction based on the priority and importance of the item itself rather than each kind of council member.
Okay,
So,
that's fine.
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll go to the virtual dais. If anybody wants to provide comment for item number 18. I'll wait for you. We'll take public comment here. Public comment number 18. If anybody wants to, go once, going twice. No public comment in the chamber. Looking at the attendees list, giving you a chance for a virtual raised hand. I don't see anything. That's public comment. And I'll go back to the virtual dais. I'm actually okay with item number 18. I just wanted to take 2 minutes if staff need anything or if council need anything. I want to thank the vice mayor for advocating for the museum. Okay, great. You know, I'm going to be pretty tough. So no action for item number 18. I don't see any further requests. Okay. Okay, item number 18, we're moving right past it. It's good to be in City Hall safely. I am glad that the whole dais, as far as I'm aware, is vaccinated. You know, I don't know how we're going to move forward in life, period. You know, folks are at church, folks are at the game, folks are at a restaurant. I mean, I don't think anybody here besides City Hall is, you know, kind of in a place that's not, folks are wine tasting. Folks are supporting their relatives in different ways. Folks are in the backyard with folks. And so I just pray that everybody stays safe and we can continue to just go forward in this city with the democracy that's been provided to us as voters. And I appreciate my city. You know, I'm going to be tough. I don't know if you're a visitor, even staff respectfully, or my council. I'm going to be tough on everything because we have a way of doing things here and we should do it to the level of excellence. Everybody have a good night. Be safe.